It helps if I unmute. Good morning, esteemed professionals. It's me, Porcelain Doll. It's wonderful to see you all this morning. We are starting the Heavensward New Game Plus today, which I'm very, very, very excited for. I don't know that we're going to get all the way through Chapter 1, as is outlined in the game itself, because that takes us through quite a few zones. The nice thing about the expansions going forward is they each kind of block out storylines based on like the zone that we're in. So I'm going to shoot for like 1 or 2 zones per stream. That way we're not facing another 9.5-hour stream like we were last time when we were pushing towards the end of A Realm Reborn. Hello, Sage. Wonderful to see you. Yeah, okay. I think without further ado, let's get the game pulled up and we'll get swapped over to the game screen. Heavensward time, hell yes, yes, absolutely. Let's fucking go. Hello, Lena. Wonderful to see you. Let me get that pulled up. Okay, we are going to start with the expansion trailer because I really like that. So we're gonna do that. Yeah, Heavensward demo and title. So we'll start that, and then we'll hop into game and start moving into it. Have I not even seen the Heavensward title then? I haven't, no, because I started in... I started in Shadowbringers. Also, let me know if the auto needs to change, but let's fucking go. I love this song so much. Just about to head to bed, wishing us a lovely trip to Heavensward. Thank you so much, Top Dog Anime. Hope you get some good rest. The first Fan Fest was so hype and it felt so tiny seeing that room compared to now. Gosh, I can imagine. So did this trailer come out before or after 2.55? Like, were these known events or had these story quests not come out yet, Lena? This trailer wasn't the one you got for FanFest? Oh, okay. Hello, Robin. Thank you so much for the lurk. Enjoy your lurk. It did come up before 2.55. Okay, so even back then they were kind of doing like the edited trailers where they're not showing the whole thing at FanFest. That's just a big old friend. I'm so fucking excited for this expansion, y'all. It showed the job change though, which was hype. Oh yeah, I can imagine. Oh, that's so good. Heavensward Dragoon armor. Still one of your favorite expansion trailers. It was real good. Okay, hopefully that didn't like blow out anyone's eardrums. I'm assuming our audio is good because I haven't gotten any comments on the audio. Okay, audio's fine. Okay, cool. Yeah, no, I haven't seen this title screen before. Oh, this is good. I love the little like snow effect. I'm so glad they put that little touch in. Definitely felt bleak going into 3.0 with this. Shit felt so real. Oh, yeah, I can imagine. How was it going into Shadowbringers? Because I feel like that expansion transition was a weird one story-wise. Oh, thank you so much for the Hydrate Redeem, Lilith. 1 second. Also, welcome. That one was wild too. Oh, good. Jumping the gun, but Stormblood's your favorite title screen of them all? Oh, wonderful. Can't wait to get there. Alrighty. Heavensward Part 1. Owing to schemes in the shadows of Ul'dah, the scions of the Seventh Dawn have been scattered, and the Warrior of Light has been forced to flee north. Though granted shelter by Lord Orchefon, the heroes must press on to Ishgard. But what trials await in this reclusive nation, locked in a never-ending struggle with dragons? I don't think we're going to get to any of the group duties today, just because we've got a ways into the expansion before we actually get any of those. I think our first one is not until level 53, so... But we will continue the trend of voting, and if people want to come along, they're welcome to. Coming to Ishgard.
The dawn's light will shine again.
It's our voice cast. It's our
So
boy.
long as we have these specious accusations hanging over us, we will struggle to achieve anything.
Probably well timed. Cannot escape work today.
You must
Valid.
go to Ishgard, as Tataru proposed. I will return to Ul'dah and set things right.
Pray, do not be so hasty, Master Elfino.
Lord Orchefon.
No more jump scare voice. Yep. I will say, especially in the patch content,
Full well
the voice
do I
cast
understand your
did seem a lot
desire
more
to
comfortable
clear
with the
your
content.
names. But now is not the time for drastic action. You yet have allies upon whom you can rely. There is no need to act alone.
Yes. Yes, of course. Pray forgive my impatience.
That's okay, buddy. You went through a whole lot of puberty between the last patch and now.
I bring tidings. Count Edmont has decreed that the three of you be taken in as wards of House Fortan. Under our patronage, you shall be granted access to the city proper.
Let's go. We can go into a cold and miserable
Consider our manor
snowscape.
your new headquarters, from which you may gather information and plan how best to proceed. Needless to say, should any of your missing allies be found, as I am certain they shall, they will of course be welcome to join you there.
You are more than generous, my friend. On behalf of my fellows, I humbly accept your offer of hospitality.
The Count is a good man and just. He will treat you with the kindness and respect that a hero and dear friend deserves.
To Ishgard, then. Together. There we shall carry on the Scion's legacy. There we shall begin anew.
Here, here!
Oh, we get our new Tataru, too! I must go on ahead and speak with the Count. Fear not, however, for everything has been arranged. The sentries at the Gate of Judgment have been informed of our decision. You need but state your names, and they will allow you to pass. My manservant shall be waiting for you at the city gates, ready to escort you to our manor, where we shall meet again. Until then. Much better voices, yeah. Absolutely no life to this expansion. You were one of the first batch of people to hit 60 on Excalibur. Queues took forever. Oh god, I can imagine. Were they as bad as the Endwalker queues, or not quite as hellish? We're gonna go on foot. If I can remember how to leave the camp. They were mainly bad because you were ahead of most people and because you were playing Bard. Oh, you mean like dungeon queues? Gotcha. Yeah, that would make sense. To the Gates of Judgment. And there's Ishgard off in the distance. XCal was your first server? Oh, okay. Wards of House Fortin? Ah, yes, you may pass. Proceed to Ishgard. Let's go. Oh, we get some of the trailer song here too. Hell yes.
And so they came, at a friend's behest. Heroes once celebrated as saviors of Eorzea, brought low through treachery, their names blackened with royal blood.
This is bittersweet hearing him narrate again. I didn't know these narrations were a thing when I first played through, so it was real good.
Redemption. With hope yet in their hearts, they came.
Just like the storytelling quality bump between A Realm Reborn and Heavensward was... I think that's what makes it a lot of people's... one of a lot of people's top expansions. So... It's very clear that they were putting out some of their best work, and it's good. Yes, let's go.
To Ishgard, shining city on the mount, overlooking the dominion of Kurthus. A great and proud nation, devoted to Halone, the Fury, ruled by Thordan VII, Archbishop of the Ishgardian Orthodox Church. The last bastion of the faith, her walls ever bristling with the sworn swords and spears of her 4 high houses.
Heavensward was crafted not in pressure of one Pano shadow, and it shows. Oh, absolutely.
A land that after 1,000 years of war had forgotten what it was to be at peace. Through gates long closed, the warrior of light and her companions passed, entering at last a city whose history was written in blood.
Alfino finally got his warm weather clothes.
In the midst of the Dragonsong War they came. 3 weary travelers whose arrival would set in motion great change. Though none knew then how great.
From the memoirs of Count Edmund de Forton, Heavensward. Yes! Alrighty. We in Ishgard now. Oh, and we're here at night, so we get the nighttime theme? Let's go. Oh, excuse me. As soon as I say that, it transitions to daytime. Greetings, Mr. Stellato. On behalf of House Forton, I bid you welcome to Ishgard. My lord humbly requests your presence at his residence in the Pillars. If you all would come with me. I'm gonna take my time with wandering the city. I'm not gonna go straight through the Aetherites. Just let y'all admire the architecture. It's very cold here. The Last Vigil. That's Forton Manor up there. I just passed by the Amber Vial Kid vendors, the memories. Yeah, that was, how was the original, I'm blanking on the name of the zone. Diadem. How was that, Lena? Very glad they stopped trying to make leave quests a thing. God, yeah. That's the Grand Cathedral of Ishgard. That's one thing that I really like with the environments in, especially moving forward now, is now that they've added flying mounts into the mix, they get a lot crazier with the environments in terms of just like scale and the fantasy of it all, and it's very, very good. That wasn't Diadem vendors, but OG Diadem was cool. Liked their ideas. Interesting. The Warrior of Light and her brave companions, walking the streets of Ishgard at last. What a glorious sight. I cannot tell you how long I have waited for this day. Allow me to present to you my family home, Forton Manor. I should like nothing more than to show you around, but everyone is gathered to receive you. Come, my friends, introductions must be made. Loved the idea of the random stat roll pink coven gear, like they tried to make personalization happen. Yeah, I wonder if they'll ever try to go that route again.
My lord, I have returned with the Scions.
I hope your journey was not too taxing.
No, we good.
I, Count Edmond de Forton, do bid you welcome. As wards of House Forton, you shall be afforded every courtesy. My home is your home.
My companions and I are deeply honored, Count Forton.
The honor is mine, Master Alfino. Consider it an expression of our gratitude for your service to Ishgard.
I wonder if they're ever going to give us canes as fashion items. Rest in peace, Stephen Critchlow. Heavensward would never have been the same without you. Oh, yeah, that's true.
Foreign guests at such a juncture, especially ones with our reputation.
Do not worry yourself on my account. 'Tis true that Ishgard's first thought has ever been the war effort, hence the closing of our borders. Yet it is in troubled times most of all that men should seek allies, don't you think? Granted, my decision will have raised eyebrows in the vault and in the halls of the other high houses. But so long as you continue with your altruistic endeavors, I doubt my honored peers will feel moved to voice their concerns.
Oh, yeah. Uh-huh.
Then there is naught to fear. Though our numbers are much reduced, we are no less determined to carry on our work.
Full glad am I to hear it. But before you return to your labors, why not take a tour of the city? You would do well, I think, to acquaint yourselves with your new surroundings. After all, you may be here for some time.
This is true. We're not exactly on super great terms with some of the other city-states right now. Taking in the sights. Though our friends in House Fortin have been generous enough to extend us their protection, we must take care not to impose too much on their hospitality. It is only proper that we learn about our new home, so that we might become more self-sufficient. It'll take a while to learn the lay of the land, but learn it we must. Then there's the markets and taverns. We'll need to know where to shop and where to hear small talk. 'Twould seem a tour of the city is indeed in order. I thank you for your counsel, my lord. My companions and I shall, of course, do as you suggest. Very good. Then my manservant shall accompany you. He will be able to answer any questions you might have. Ah, but I grow forgetful in my dotage. There is something I must give you ere we part. Their documentation is in order, I trust? Yes, my lord. Absolutely love Tataru's constantly boozing at the Forgotten Night arc. We'd love that for her. We have papers now. These documents identify you as wards of House Fortin. Given that our borders have remained closed for decades, many of my countrymen are unaccustomed to treating with foreigners. Should anyone happen to question your presence here, it may prove necessary to remind them that you remain under the protection of House Fortin, but let us hope it shall not come to that. Rest assured that we shall do our utmost to avoid any situation which might compel us to invoke your name. Until Tataru gets in a bar fight, but you know what? We love that for her. Dragonfruit, Tataru, the city awaits. Let's go. I've got our new quest accepted tune as well. As this is your first time in our fair city, pray permit me to show you to the Hoplon, from whence we may gaze upon the splendor of the Holy Vault. Though all other sights pale in comparison, 'tis only meet that you see it first. I shall then show you around the Jeweled Crozier, where you may purchase all manners of goods and services, before descending to Foundation's Aetheryte Plaza. If there are no questions... Heavensward, you'd lovingly remember the quirky-ass job design. Bard mages, rest in peace. Interesting, but you don't miss them. Classic Ast, rest in peace. I miss you so much. I've heard tell of Classic Astrologian. It's very weird that the level 60 quest still references Time Warp, but Time Warp is like far gone now. What did it do? I don't know what it did. The Hoplon, so named for the bronze great shield borne by our nation's patron deity, is the largest plaza in Ishgard. The magnificent cathedral to the north is, of course, the Holy Vault. The vault is both Ishgard's seat of government and the residence of the Archbishop of the Ishgardian Orthodox Church. Begging your pardon, the statues to the south, are they perchance Thordan's famed Knights 12? Very good, Master Alfino. They are the fathers of Ishgard, the brave knights who joined with King Thordan I to put down Nidhogg and found this great nation. Ours is a city rich in history and tradition, and there's much you can learn by exploring the pillars. Time permitting, of course. Time dilation? I think that's the one, yeah. Now then, if you would follow me to the Jeweled Crozier, I shall introduce you to Mistress Elise, our master of the markets. Whatever the level 60 ability for Heavensward asked was, because they still, like, briefly mention it in the quests, but is not there no more. Just a thick heal, but also increased buff time? Oh, okay. Level 60 was still just Celestial Opposition. Interesting. Trying to think where I got that from, though. Well, I don't know. Well, you're clearly not locals or traveling peddlers, which makes you all... Ah, wards of House Forton. How very interesting. Count Edmund has granted us leave to remain in Ishgard for as long as we wish, which may be some time. Cards were so great though, more than just attack buffs. Got attack speed, attack damage, MP cost down, TP cost down, cooldown damage, or cooldown reduction and defense buff. Yes, I do remember that much, that the cards like actually had different effects outside of just boosting ranged versus physical. Accordingly, we will have need of sundry goods, hence our desire to make your acquaintance. That is, of course, assuming you are content to accept the custom of foreigners. Should you be uncomfortable? Young sir, we do not discriminate in matters of money. If you have coin to spend, who are we to refuse it? Weapons, armor, accoutrements, medicine, materials, whatever you desire can be found in the Crozier. Our merchants will be more than happy to accommodate you, as you shall soon see. Do you miss the old cards? Lost a lot of interest in Ast once they removed them? They sound real cool. Our next destination is the Aetheryte Plaza and Foundation. If everyone is ready... Hoping the 7.0 rework is well and truly a full one on the level of Machinist. Yeah, it does feel... I want to say I'm hopeful, but after the Paladin rework, I don't know that it's just not going to be like a further homogenization of the healers. I guess we'll see. We can hold out hope. And here we have Foundation's Aetheryte Plaza. If you have yet to attune to the Aetheryte, it would be wise to do so now. The better half. As for our next destination, Mayhap we should decide together. What else can be found nearby? The Skysteel Manufactory stands to the west. There our engineers conceive and manufacture weapons for use against the dragons. The Holy Stables, where chocobos are trained for war, also lie in that direction. To the north and east can be found the congregation of our knights most heavenly, while to the south and east, well, 'twould be best if you avoided that area. And why is that? I fear our knights may not be able to ensure your safety in the lowest levels, Master Alfino. Hold your nose when you pass the broom, little lord. A delicate flower like you is like to wilt in our fumes. You misjudge me, sir, for I am no lord, but a humble traveler. Oh, come to see the sights, have you? Take a turn down the hop lawn and gawp at the statues. Ad starting in about a minute, chap. Well, if you've a mind to learn how the better half live, come and have a drink at the Forgotten Knight, if your nursemaid'll let you. My humblest apologies, Master Alfino. Pray pay that drunken lout no mind. We'll get to hang out with Best Girl in a bit, yeah. Oh, but I must. It would not do to refuse such a heartfelt invitation. Yes, I simply must see this Forgotten Knight for myself. I trust you see the wisdom in this dragon fruit. There are few sources of information more abundant than a bustling local hostelry. Not that I expect to hear any news of our missing comrades just yet. Nevertheless, who can say what we might learn of recent events? Then I'm coming too. Tataru is about to meet her new home for the next several years. Oh, hey, I know those two. Must say, this is rather unusual. Not just one, but a whole party of fresh new faces in my tavern. We but recently arrived in Ishgard and are eager to acquaint ourselves with her more notable establishments. Master Gibrion. Just Gibrion will do. And I'm flattered you think so highly of my establishment. Can't promise it'll live up to your expectations, but if it's decent food and drink you're after, you could do much worse. Judging by the number of customers I see, I suspect your fare is rather more than decent. Speaking of your clientele, I could not help but note a difference between those who frequent the upper and lower floors. Spotted that, did you? Aye, up here you'll find peddlers, porters, off-duty knights, and so forth, dropping in on their way to or from somewhere else. Regulars maybe, but not locals. Folks from the Broom, they tend to congregate downstairs, where we offer a menu more suited to their tastes. Cheaper meals, stronger spirits. All quality, mind, but not the sort of stuff I'd recommend to yourselves. You speak of the lowest levels, yes? Why do they call them the Broom, if I may ask? 'Cause when the weather's foul and the broom rolls in thick, it's the poor sods living at the bottom who have to deal with it. I see. And it's not just the weather. When the wyverns broke through the wards and started tearing up the city, it was the Broom that got the worst of it, while the pillars enjoyed the protection of the high houses and the temple knights. More than a few people are still sore about that mind, which is why, considering your present company, I'd recommend you keep your wits about you, if you mean to go below, and something sharp in your boot, just to be sure. I shall take your words to heart, sir. Master Alfino, I think it would be best if we return to Fortin Manor. You go on ahead without me. I'm staying for a drink or two. Miss Tataru, I'm afraid that is out of the question. My lord the Count would never forgive me if I abandoned one of his charges in such a place, least of all a maiden. What are you up to, Tataru? Look around, Alfino. This tavern is full of people whose business regularly takes them beyond the gates of judgment. With friends like that, I could practically live here and wait for the newest gossip to come to me. Indeed. But will you be safe here on your own? Oh, please. Do you know how often I look after the waking sands and the rising stones by myself? If I had a gill for every unwelcome caller I've driven away, I'd be rich beyond my wildest dreams. I'll be fine. Not that I doubt the lady's knack for fending off unwanted advances, but I'll be damned if I'm going to let anyone lay an unwelcome hand on a patron in my establishment. That settles it then. Tataru, Dragonfruit and I shall return to the manor for now. Contact me by link pearl if you require assistance. I will. Back to Folkdal Manor. Hi, Edmund. Tell us then, Master Alfino, does Ishgard meet with your expectations? That which I imagined pales in comparison to the reality. I felt the weight of 1,000 years of history with every step I took, and when those steps took me past the scars left by the wyverns and Foundation, I understood how easily that history could end in tragedy. The attack was devastating, the casualties unspeakable. The wyverns did not discriminate. Unarmed men and women, even children, were given no quarter. Sir Emmerich has ordered his knights to strengthen our defenses, and each house has been called upon to lend what support it can. There is much to be done, yet alas, able-bodied men and women are in short supply. Mayhap we could be of assistance, my lord. After all you have done for us, we would welcome any opportunity to repay your kindness. That is a most generous offer, Master Alfino. You are guests in my home, to whom I have extended my hospitality without obligation, let or lane. Nevertheless, Ishgard's need is great, and if you are willing to aid our cause, I cannot well refuse. Good. What would you ask of us? From what I have heard, you are an intelligent and persuasive young man. Such qualities may prove most useful to us in our efforts to secure provisions from foreign sources, identifying trustworthy suppliers, brokering contracts, and so on. As for you, Mistress Gelato, I could ask for no one better than a storied veteran such as yourself, a woman with the capacity to act swiftly and decisively when needed, to aid Artoirel. Let me take a drink of water, and we're going to try to pronounce words correctly today. To aid Artoirel and Emmanuel in their duties. I beg your pardon. I am more than capable of carrying out my duty by myself. I have no need of our honored guest's assistance. Big sip. Yep. I always gotta stay extra hydrated during these streams. Now, be reasonable, brother. What manner of fool would say no when a famous hero offered to do his work? Hold your tongues. By the Fury, the two of you will conduct yourselves with dignity befitting your station and show Mistress Gelato the respect she deserves. It's gonna get real French up in here. Uh-huh. This is the woman who slew Gaius van Baelsar and some half-dozen primals besides. She's not here to steal your glory or serve as your errand girl. If you can pardon them in their impropriety, Mistress Gelato, I should be much obliged if you would lend my sons a helping hand. My thanks. Fury willing, they may even learn something from you. It would seem we shall not want for employment over the coming days, though that was never in doubt. Our host's initial reluctance to accept our offer of aid was solely for appearance's sake. In truth, he is glad of this opportunity to put us to work. By granting us patronage, House Fortin has taken a tremendous risk. Until we demonstrate our worth to Ishgard at large, the Count will face considerable opposition from his peers in matters great and small. And so he would have us publicly serve Ishgard, while simultaneously keeping his sons in check. This was arguably the best expansion for Paladin 2. Sheltron, Divine Veil, Clemency really went all out in most ways jobs did not. That's true. Wait, did they really introduce Sheltron here? Because that's like the first ability you get as Paladin now is Sheltron. That's neat. 'Tis an arrangement we may benefit from in unexpected ways. Level 53, damn. My own duties may feasibly bring me into contact with people who know something of our missing comrades. And as you go about helping our two lords with their various responsibilities, you will inevitably make new acquaintances in Ishgard, mayhap even new allies. Yes, the more I think on it, the more confident I am that by furthering their goals, we shall further our own. Okay, we're gonna do Emmanuel stuff first, because that takes us to the Sea of Clouds, if I'm remembering correctly. Yep. Onwards and upwards. Shall we be off then, old girl? Ah, but where are my manners? Emmanuel de Fortin, second son of Count Edmund de Fortin, true-born, that is. Yes, yes, I know what you're thinking, and you are absolutely right. What ill fortune to be born second in a society where the eldest inherits all. Oh, my brother would never cut me off, 'tis true, but who could be satisfied subsisting on a meager allowance, forever overshadowed by his sibling? Not I, old girl, not I. Which is why I need your help to ensure that this business in the Sea of Clouds goes swimmingly, so that the tales of my great deeds can win me a place in the people's hearts, or better yet, raise me higher in their estimations than Artoel. Ambitious, I grant you, but then I do have a legendary hero to do my bidding. Oh, don't look at me that way. I jest. Anyway, we are to aid the good men and women of House Eilenacht. They have ever been steadfast friends to our house, though they've fallen on hard times since the calamity, poor blighters. Am here with Pat. Welcome, Abso. Thank you so much for the head pats. As for what precisely we will be doing, well, what fun would it be if I told you everything in advance? Just come along with me to the airship landing. We'll need to take the airship to Camp Cloudtop. Okay. Paladin flavor in A Realm Reborn was garbage. Cover was pretty much the most on-brand thing, not like it was or is ever used. Yeah. We didn't get Passage of Arms until Stormblood. Yeah, I do remember that much. Okay, let's see if I can remember how to get to the airship landing. It's going to be a test of my navigational skills in Ishgard, which are a little lacking, but we'll get there. Maybe. The scope of Ishgard over the main city-states was just astounding. Yes, I absolutely agree. Are you ready to depart, madam? The airship bound for Camp Cloudtop will be leaving shortly. Yes, let's go. See you, Clouds time. I love this zone for story purposes. I hated doing Beast Tribe quests here back in the day.
Upon an airship, conceived within the fecund mind of Sid Garland, renegade prodigy of Garlemald, who had come to call Eorzea home.
Cries and doing Heavensward atmosphere. Oh, yeah.
High into the heavens, where isles of earth and stone floated as clouds. A frontier the knights of Ishgard had scarce begun to explore. To a fledgling outpost, within the sea of clouds, where careworn scouts ever scanned the skies for winged shadows, she came.
This is why you haven't finished the Heavensward tribes. I am very glad that I'm done with everything up to Endwalker. Because, yeah, the Vonu tribes are kind of a nightmare. What are tribal quests? Hey, you don't get to talk about those, Lena. Remind me again how long you've been playing this game? His little stance, God. Awfully cold up here. I mean, Kurthus may not be blessed with the warmest weather in the world, but compared to this, it seems positively balmy. Pretty sure my playtime is longer than yours now? Oh, maybe. And of course, our hero is wholly unperturbed. You don't have to maintain that strong, silent persona all of the time, you know. Never mind. We need to find Lady Lanyat. She's in charge of the garrison here. Oh, and when we find her, just follow my lead, yes? Excellent. My sister and idle it. Have you really not finished any tribes? I don't know what tribes Lena's finished. Oh god, okay, let's check my playtime now. Okay, Lena, I'm still under 100 days, at least. By like 8 hours. Oh, we get the cool weather too. You did Realm Reborn tribes on curve. That was enough to stop you from doing any more ever. Yep. Time to watch a Madeline make a fool of himself. I think last you looked, you were at like 120 days. Damn. Mistress Gelato, welcome. I am Sir Lanyat Alienart, commander of the forces stationed here at Camp Cloudtop. Strange though it may sound, I have long dreamed of meeting you. I am in your debt, you see, and shall ever remain so. How many of those were RP? You made good money? Hey now. Time to watch a boy get murdered? Yeah. Were it not for you, my younger brother Francel would have been executed upon the word of a false inquisitor. Alas, a knight must go where duty demands, and thus have I been unable to seek you out. But by the grace of Helone, I've been granted an opportunity to thank my brother's savior in person, and to call upon her generous aid besides. Truly, I know not what I have done to deserve this double blessing. Ahem. 'Tis a pleasure to see you again, my lady Lanyet. Lanyet? That's gonna be a... You know, we're just gonna roll with it. You cut an elegant figure as always, a steel-clad rose, equally at home on a battlefield or in a ballroom. Lord Amanelaine, if it is not too much to ask, I should be grateful if you would allow me to finish speaking with Mistress Gelato. Love the classic onion head Elezen, Final Fantasy XI looking ass. Camp Cloudtop was established to provide early warning of impending Dravanian incursions. The high elevation afforded by the floating isles makes it ideal for this purpose. Naturally, it also makes us a ready target for attack. We are not defenseless, however. The Protector, our largest and most advanced airship, is capable of downing all but the mightiest dragons. Alas, as you may have noticed, it is currently undergoing repair. What is worse, our efforts have been hampered by an indigenous beast tribe known as the Vanu Vanu, with whom we have had several skirmishes already. No beastman is match for a man of Ishgard. Bring me a birdman and I'll show him a thing or two. Emmanuel, we're still talking. I fear much and more may be asked of you in the days to come, Mistress Gelato. It's a literal onion knight. Yup. An indispensable ally. While I understand Count Edmund's intentions, I would rather not waste valuable time ensuring the young lord doesn't get trampled underfoot. True, it is entirely possible that he may learn something from this experience, but if left to his own devices, I think it far more likely that he will make a mess of things. Tell him that I would like him to keep watch for Dravanian outflyers. Then, when you have a moment to speak with his manservant in private, make it clear that it is his responsibility to keep Manlane from shirking his duty. Buddy, you gotta keep watch. A request from Laniette? Why didn't she think to ask me in person? Surely she must see me standing here but a few yalms away. Oh, never mind. What is it? A mission of paramount importance. Keep watch for Dravanian outflyers. A mission? Yes, of course. That is why I am here. I shall do as my lady asks. Ah, Mistress Gelato. I do not believe I have properly introduced myself. My name is Honoroy, and I serve at the pleasure of Lord Emanlane. Lady Laniette would have me accompany Lord Emanlane on his mission? Ah, I understand completely. I will do my utmost to keep him out of harm's way. We did it! Were he of another house, mayhap I would not feel obligated to go to such lengths to preserve his safety and dignity. In any case, I appreciate you speaking to him for me. It would seem he actually listens to you, at least more so than the others. That's right, 3.0 was when everyone got their own limit break 3s too. Ooh, interesting. Or mayhap you are more skilled at this than most. I suspect you have had to humor your fair share of difficult men before. Meeting the neighbors. Now that Emanlane is out of harm's way, we are free to discuss matters of actual import, such as our struggles with the Vanu Vanu. We first encountered the Vanu several years ago, when we had just begun to explore the Sea of Clouds. After an exchange of pleasantries and gifts, we received permission to construct a permanent lookout post. There was peace between our peoples for half a year until, suddenly, for reasons unknown, their attitudes towards us changed. They began to attack our foraging parties without provocation, forcing us to rely more heavily on supplies flown in from Ishgard. But words are no mere substitute for first-hand experience. Go and see Sir Marielle. She could use your assistance. Hello. Mistress Gelato, I presume? Lady Laniette told me you were coming. I hear tell you've never faced a Vanu before. Well, spend enough time on patrol and you're sure to cross paths with them eventually. These birdmen are native to the floating isles. I say birdmen, but they're not at all like the Ixal, unless that Ixal's mother was a Gigas. Here, let me mark several locations on your map. If you discover any Vanu in these areas, kill or drive them away. We've been in Ishgard for less than an hour and we're already embroiled in beast tribe conflicts again. As we do. Standing watch. Oh. That would be the Vanu. I'm sorry. Well, we kept watch. You steel yourself for a mighty struggle, yet find no Vanu lying in wait. But I've been playing too much Tears of the Kingdom. I'm looking at all these islands out here, and I'm like, I want to go to all of them. Yes, thank you. Trying to cast Recall over here on any rock you see. Yeah, basically. Okay, time to report to Marielle. Because we did our patrol. There are now 4 fewer Vanu in the Sea of Clouds. Finished with your patrol? Anything to report? And maybe it was too much to hope for a day without a skirmish. At least I can take solace in the fact that Helone has blessed us with a mighty ally. Sense of urgency. Accepting your recent clashes with the Vanu, it cannot have escaped your notice that things here are rather peaceful, to the detriment of our garrison's discipline. Despite being built as an observation post, we have yet to record a single intrusion by the Horde. That is why, as far as everyone is concerned, Camp Cloudtop is a backwater of no significance. And of course, the pride of our camp, the vaunted Protector, is in a perpetual state of needing repairs, so even were the Holy See to come under Dravanian attack, we would be unable to fly to their aid. Simply put, Mr. Stellato, this is where ambition comes to die. If you haven't aspirations for advancement, you'll be right at home. So I see why they sent a Manolane here. However, I would like to think that enthusiasm can be just as contagious as apathy. If you'll indulge me, I would have you seek out the sentries and stoke their fighting spirit. Psych them up, you might say. Sure. I'll go emote at soldiers. I'm real good at that. Oh. Buddy, what are you doing? As you wish, my lord. Should I spy an outflyer, I will alert you immediately. You little shit. This is your job. Is it an attack? What should we do? What should we do? Do your damn job. You had me fooled there for a moment, old girl. An amusing jest, albeit a tad cruel. Surely you must realize how unsuited I am to the monotony of mere sentry duty, yet still you tempt me with the promise of excitement. No, this won't do. This won't do at all. Lady Laniette will give me a grand mission as befits my station. Good luck. What? What is it? Is it the Horde? By the Fury, whatever possessed you to do that? I'm awake, worry not. After the shock you just gave me, I doubt I'll sleep for a fortnight. Gotta keep them on their toes. Gods, where did that come from? Fine, if you insist, I will make an effort to be more alert. But really, I fail to see the point. We're hundreds of miles away from the front lines, which is just the way I like it, thank you very much. Alright, we have psyched up your guys. Many thanks, Mistress Gelato. Already I can see a change in our sentry's behavior. I beg your pardon, Lord Amanlain said what? Well, I have no doubt that Lady Laniette will do her utmost to oblige him. Hope springs eternal. If Lord Amanlain is going to demand a more dangerous duty, then I expect Lady Laniette will want you to accompany him. Aye, you might as well speak with her sooner rather than later. There's no use avoiding the inevitable. Mistress Gelato, Lord Amanlain has just informed me that mere sentry duty is beneath him. I understand we have you to thank for this epiphany? That's starting in about a minute, chat. Well, there's nothing for it but to give him something more demanding, then. Can I count on you to keep him safe? Excellent. We are in constant need of fresh water in Camp Cloudtop, as there are no underground sources we can tap with wells. However, there is a unique variety of crystal we have recently discovered which may enable us to obtain water through other means. These spring crystals can be found in Vorsian Siren, to the east of here. I would have you and Amanlain bring one back to us. You may have to contend with the feral beasts which populate the lakes, not to mention Vanu scouts ranging from the nearby settlement. Of course, that all pales in comparison to keeping the young lord entertained, but you have doubtless grown accustomed to that by now. Good luck, and be safe. Hey, buddy, we got a real important job. Lady Laniette told you to tell me about my mission once again? If I didn't know any better, I'd swear she's avoiding me. Anyway, what is it? Go and fetch a spring crystal from the floating lakes to the east, with me. You're not making this sound terribly appealing. Still, I shall be glad to have you along. Come along, then. I'm only like 10 quests in and I've hit my Amanlain threshold. We're not coddling this boy anymore. Hello, Mercury. Wonderful to see you. Welcome, welcome. Hope you've been having a good one so far. Hi, bud. So this is the Vorsian Siren of legend, and nary a Vanu in sight. How disappointing. I could do with some sport. I know. Why don't you and I make it a competition? Whoever finds the superior specimen wins. Onohua shall judge our entries on size, purity, and, say, aesthetic sensibilities. Let us begin at once. Time to go get a spring crystal. Gotta find a real good one. This water crystal does not appear to exhibit the properties described by Lady Laniette. Perhaps you should inspect another. How about you, large crystal? Nope. Third time's a charm. We'll find a spring crystal yet. I believe in us. This crystal appears to be secreting a steady stream of water. Perhaps it is the spring crystal Lady Laniette seeks. Is good. Been productive on your work project today? Ooh, hell yeah. It's always really nice. Hey, where's your master? Ah, Mr. Gelato, have you brought your entry for the contest? Yes. A crystal so aspected to water that it feels wet to the touch. We got you a damp crystal. You should do that too, Lena. My understanding of such things is limited, but can this truly be used to draw moisture from air like water from a pump? Fascinating. A series of unfortunate events. Lord Amanelaine has been gone for an awfully long time. Did you, perchance, see him while you were searching for your crystal? Even he must realize the dangers of wandering too far in such a place. Mayhap I am worrying about nothing, but I must ask that you assist me in looking for him, Mistress Gelato. We shall find him more quickly if we split up. Pray search the southeastern area of Vorsian-Siren as swiftly as you are able, and rendezvous with me in the north. Farewell and good luck. Amanelaine, did you get yourself killed? Where is this boy? You survey the surrounding area for a time, but see no sign of Amanelaine. Hey, Onohua, bad news. We could not find him. Mistress Gelato, Lord Amanelaine has been taken by the Vanu. They had my lord surrounded, a whole gang of them. Please, you must come quickly. Okay, let's go. Let's go rescue the little lordling. Yep, quest duty time. Level 52. Time to see what abilities I have as summoner at that level. We're working our way up to Dreadworm Trance, I think. The Vanu must have taken him to that village, mayhap to present to their chieftain. Rest in peace, Tri-Disaster. You were pretty cool in Heavensward. I miss Tri-Disaster so much. I will make haste to the Rose House and tell Lady Laniette what has happened. Thank you so much for the head pats, Redeem Mercury. Much appreciated. Yet by the time I return with aid, it may already be too late. Forgive me for asking, Mistress Gelato, but should you spy an opportunity to sneak past the sentries and rescue Lord Amanelaine in my absence, I beg you to take it. I know he can be a trifle presumptuous and insensitive and, well, insufferable, but he doesn't deserve this. Headpats stay on for the solo duty. Rescue Amanelaine. Sure. Oh, yes, we have Energy Siphon now. Okay, that's our new ability. Give. No, none of that. You get garroted. Hello, Lilith. Titan, do your thing. Please. Titan, please. Titan, did you do anything? Okay, we gotta make our way up this hill, I think. Okay, there's the boy. I got like weirdly lost the first time I had to do this duty. By the Fury, you're not going to eat me, are you? That's not what you do to prisoners, is it? Dragon fruit, I'm over here. Netherlings come to free prisoner. Spread word like thunder and cast them into the cloud sea. None of this. Hey, buddy, we're here to save you. While the chief looks on angrily. Okay, you're saved. Kind of. Now we just have to get out of here. Netherlings slink away like guileful Gaelicats. Rally, warriors of Gundu, let none escape. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Madeline, please. Buddy. This is not how we stage an escape. He's just strolling at a leisurely pace. Come on, bud. We gotta go. There we go. There's XIV. Sir, we're over here. You know, it's fine. This is what a rescue of a Manaladen would be. Okay, fine. Help has arrived, Dragon Fruit. XIV, is that you? Thank heavens. Get us out of here. Keep a Manaladen safe, Dragon Fruit. We will hold them off. I am. He's cowering again. Buddy, we gotta go. No. Stop that. Absolutely not. Start running, boy. Got no patience for you. We did it! Okay, now we can take head pads off.
Reinforcements?
Yeah, that's why we gotta go.
Anger of Honu, chief of mighty Vundo, roils like blackest storm clouds. Offer Netherlings to the white. Cloud sea swells and he comes.
Oh, we get to see the boy? It might be big lad time. Yes! Large boy. I love Bismarck. It's such a good design. We love a sky whale.
The white, mighty Bismarck, Lord of the Mists!
A flying whale? By the Fury, it's a primal.
An amazing fight, still to this day the single longest time it ever took to beat an EX.
We must away.
Wow. I can imagine that on content it was a tough one, because it's got a lot of stuff going on.
Damn!
It's okay, we'll have a timely airship rescue. Yep.
Bloody typical. All right, we're going in.
Hi, Sid!
Aye, Chief.
On Curve, people were fantastically bad at the fight. If you think about it, like a lot of mechanics in that fight, not just the dragon killers we're seeing in Trials. Interesting.
All aboard!
It's very interesting to see how content has evolved, especially in later expansions, as just like the skill base of the player base grows. It feels like the skill floor for a lot of Trials has crept up gradually, especially in like post Endwalker. Haven't done an on-curve EX in Stormblood. Look, you're valid. Hello, Sid! The gods only know what might have happened had we not been around to save you. No need for thanks, though. It's not as if you haven't done the same for us on a few occasions. Alright, more than a few. 'Twas but blind chance that brought us together this time, in case you were wondering. The Holy See has petitioned the Ironworks for assistance with this creation of theirs, the Protector. Apparently, they just can't seem to get her flying. Anyway, I came to Camp Cloudtop to cast an eye over the ship, only to learn that you had arrived some few days before with an Ishgardian lordling in tow. Small world, I thought, just as said lordling's manservant skittered into view, babbling about his master having been captured and you risking all to rescue him. And the rest, as they say, is history. Right, well, I hate to cut short our reunion, but I am here on business after all, and the boys are already hard at work. Don't worry, old friend. We'll speak again soon, I promise. Should really start again. EXs would scratch that itch that you want for hard content again. Sage is thinking about running some tomorrow night. Ooh, that could be fun. I don't think I'm properly geared for any current EXs. If I had crafted gear, I could probably go in tomorrow, but I'm a little behind the eye level curve just because I haven't been keeping up with my gearing. A reward long in coming. Very well, I admit it. It was an incredibly harrowing experience. I could well have died, you know. Me, dead. On the other hand, by risking life and limb in the line of duty, I did succeed in uncovering the existence of a new primal. And that, old girl, is no small feat. I have made an historic discovery, a fact even Lady Lanyette will have no choice but to acknowledge. Yes, I am rather looking forward to basking in the sunshine of her praise. Speaking of which, isn't it time we made our triumphant return? I've done a fair number of Shadowbringers EXs on Curve, because I did Ruby on Curve. I did the 5.3 EX on Curve a little bit. It didn't clear until after, but like I ran it several times. I did Diamond on Curve. I did the first two Endwalker EXs on Curve, like shortly after that came out. but I haven't done any since. It's a bit random, reminded of it since I play Summoner. Did I know that you could basically only reliably main one Arcanist job since you had to put points into stats? 10,000 company seals to respec every single time. I do vaguely remember that, yes. Praise Halone, I feared the worst. What happened out there? A primal? Are you sure? Yet, now that I think on it, this Bismarck is reminiscent of the White Whale of Vanu legend, a massive creature said to swim in the Sea of Clouds. From what I have learned of comparable summonings, the presence of the Vanu's god would certainly explain the sudden change in their behavior towards the people of Camp Cloudtop. Ah, you mean to say that they have fallen under the Primal's influence? I recall reading of such things in the documents provided by Master Alfino. Aren't we forgetting something important, Lady Laniette? A little recognition for the hero of the hour? A few choice expressions of gratitude, respect, admiration, and so on. Oh, buddy, you are so insufferable. Why, yes. You are right, of course. Mistress Gelato deserves all that and more for having risked her life to rescue such an esteemed personage. Gods, he was so insufferable. Yup. That's why I wanted to get these out of the way first. Well, if there is naught else to discuss, I would depart for Ishgard forthwith. The Holy See and the Temple Knights must be informed of this new threat without delay. But of course, Mistress Gelato, you have done more than enough here. Pray return to Ishgard with Lord Oxhafon and give my warmest regards to the Count. So that's it then? No more forays into enemy territory? Very well, I can see my services are no longer needed. Take care, Lady Laniette. May our next meeting take place under more felicitous circumstances. Perish. All's well that ends well, eh? To the airship landing, then. We can speak on the journey home. Alrighty, back to Ishgard. By which I mean I'm gonna teleport. Gonna buckle down and get some of this work done. Mini lurk. Enjoy your lurk. Hope that work goes well. Can I not just go to the airship landing? I confess, I have always been rather fond of airship travel. The chill of the wind upon your face, the warmth of the blood pumping in your veins from the excitement. I find the whole experience indescribably invigorating. Or mayhap it is simply the joy of having cheated death yet again? In any event, I must make for the congregation and inform Sir Emmerich of all that has happened. Emmanuel should have returned to the manor by now. Why not go and see if he has recovered from his ordeal? Alright, buddy, what are you telling the Count? Oh, it's you, Dragonfruit. Gods, did he have to strike me so hard? Father, he did not approve of how I handled matters in Camp Cloudtop, how I endangered the lives of others through my own recklessness and incompetence. It's not easy playing the hero, is it? I have so little sympathy for you, buddy. Well, that's that. Now we get to go to a much more depressing zone. Over the wall. Let us begin anew, Mistress Gelato. I am Sir Artoirel de Forton, eldest son of Count Edmund de Forton. You will forgive me my outburst, I hope. I meant no disrespect. I merely consider myself equal to the duties entrusted to me, unlike some. Orchefon has spoken of you often. If you are even half the woman he claims, I shall be glad to have you at my side. To the matter at hand, then. We will be assisting my esteemed compatriots of houses Durandère and Zemaille. You are aware of our friendly rivalry, I take it? Aye, well, suffice it to say, the prospect of assisting said houses does not fill me with joy. However, it is the will of the Holy See that we set aside our differences at this crucial juncture, but we will speak more of that anon. First, we must needs secure transport to Falcon's Nest. Let us make for the Chocobo stables and foundation. Time to head to the Western Highlands. Hello, Chocobo Keep. Greetings, Mistress Gelato. I've saddled a black chocobo for your journey to the Western Highlands, as per Lord Artoirel's instructions. Will this be your first time riding a black chocobo, may I ask? If so, you're in for a treat. As I dare say you know, this particular breed can fly. Given the right conditions, they can carry you quite high too, even over Snowcloak. You needn't worry about directing the bird, of course. Like all porters, she's trained to carry you to your destination all by herself, so just relax and enjoy the view. Oh, but be sure not to relax your grip, will you? 2 hands on the reins at all times, if you please. Onward we go. The Curthis Western Highlands.
To the frozen wastes of the Western Highlands, once verdant tracts made pallid by the calamity. Beyond the towering wall of ice, to lands long forsaken that the knights of Ishgard strove tirelessly to reclaim. To the hamlet of Falcon's Nest, once abandoned, now freed of its pall of snow and ash, she came.
Yep, this, to my understanding, used to be the breadbasket of Ishgard, and then the calamity kind of changed that. Once it tipped the ethereal balance of the whole region to ice. So there's not a whole lot of farming going on here anymore. The world looks quite different when viewed from the back of an airborne chocobo, does it not? I still find the experience strangely liberating. To business. Sir Redwald is in charge here. He should be expecting us. It has been far, far too long, Lord Artoirel. And who might your companion be? Pray forgive us our lateness, Sir Redwald. I present to you Dragonfruit Gelato, ward of House Fortin. Ah, yes, of course. Lord Grillemont spoke of you. I, Sir Redwald of House Durandere, do bid you welcome to Falcon's Nest. We are both eager to contribute to the settlement's restoration. How may we be of service? Before we speak of that, would I be correct in assuming that Mistress Gelato is unfamiliar with our recent history? Then, with your permission, I shall recount the tale for her benefit. As you may know, Falcon's Nest was once a hamlet with a small garrison of knights and some few villagers. And then came the calamity. Oh, ad starting in about a minute, chat. When it became clear that the snow would not stop falling, we had no choice but to order a complete withdrawal. The settlement and the entirety of the Western Highlands were to be abandoned. Abandoned to the heretics. Lady Iceheart and her kind have walked these lands with impunity ever since. Aye, but no longer. The Holy See has commanded the reclamation of the Western Highlands and the expulsion of heretical elements. Falcon's Nest is key to accomplishing these objectives, but as you can see, rebuilding the hamlet will be no small undertaking. Our craftsmen require support and protection. Any assistance you can offer will be greatly appreciated. As promised, we of House Fortin are at your disposal, Sir Redwald. You need but tell us where to begin. Work in progress. Several craftsmen in service to House Semail are contributing to the restoration of Falcon's Nest. These men and women are quite skilled at building and repairing fortifications, but their progress has been hampered by a number of factors. Roth, their foreman, tells me he has need of a woman with your talents. Would you be so kind as to seek him out? Certainly. Yes, I'm Roth. And who might you be? Ah, the promised help. Glad to have you aboard. I have the honor of overseeing this fine mess you see before you. Sent me over on one of them black birds, same as you, to build and mend and tell others how to build and mend. But fury take me, this ice. It's bloody unnatural how fast it forms. It's icicle sprites, I tell you. Mark my words, there's pockets of them here and there, just waiting for me to turn my back so they can sneak out and do their dirty work. So I need you to search the hamlet and put an end to it. If you stand watch long enough, you're sure to find them. Ah, yes. My nemesis from the Stone Vigil. Be gone. It's okay, we make quick work of them. Mostly. None of that. Alrighty, we have cleared out the sprites. Now there's a woman who looks like she's found her marks. You're just the sort we need around here. The kind that'll hop to when she sees a task undone. The first and foremost. You're a dab hand at Warcraft, I can tell. Not that I have any skill at arms to speak of, mind, but it doesn't take an expert to recognize expertise. Be waste to keep you to myself when there's others out what need help same as me. So if you're keen to keep on doing what you've done, I'd ask you to head north to the Pike. The bloody huge statue out in the wastes if you've never been. Mason by the name of Thiermont is out there tending to the thing. Good man, but I reckon he's taken on too much work for one. Might be there's something you can do for him. I would love to see that statue, but we are in the middle of a blizzard. So visibility is a bit low in the Western Highlands currently. There it is. Hail to you, traveler. What brings you out this way? Foreman Roth bid you assist me? Well, far be it from me to turn down a helping hand. I've been tasked with the restoration of this sculpture. 5 years of neglect have not been kind, to say the least. Fortunately, I've just the thing for it. Rather, those deep eyes have it. If you could slay 3 and bring me their bristles, I would be in your debt. Okay. There's just little guys. Just funny little dudes. But here, take your bristles. There you are. Have you the bristles? Thick, deep gray bristles sheared from a wild beast. Ah, feel how coarse that is? That's why they're perfect for scrubbing the soot from this statue. Beautiful, isn't it? The spitting image of Haldrath, first of the Azure Dragoons and one of Ishgard's founding fathers. A symbol of everything the Dravanians despise, which is why they've taken to searing it with dragonfire every time they pass by. But no longer will we suffer this desecration of our nation's hero. Soon this statue will be as it once was, a proud, shining testament to the determination of Ishgard and a message to the heretics that we have returned. The work may be hard and the conditions harsh, but as a proud Ishgardian, I could ask for no greater honor. From on high. Are you here for Falcon's Nest? If so, I've a favor to ask. There's this knight, Sir Isaudor, stationed at the anvil to the west of here. She's always treated me with kindness and respect, more than I deserve, to be honest. Any road, while you were away, she came through on patrol, and I think she might have left a package behind. It's a bit of a detour, but would you mind returning it to her? My thanks to you, friend. Sure, I can run errands. What's that? A package? I haven't the foggiest what you're talking about. A once hot package unintentionally left by Isaudor to cool in the frigid highland winds. Oh no. Was this your lunch? Confound it, that fool of a... what a waste. It was a gift, adventurer. Thiermont labors day and night without regard for his own well-being. At the very least, he ought to try and eat better. Why not simply give it to him? By the Fury, have you no sense of decorum? A highborn knight cannot be seen favoring a lowborn mason in such a manner. Nevertheless, I appreciate your concern, as well as your willingness to assist Thiermont. May your journey back to Falcon's Nest be swift and safe. Pray give my regards to Sir Redwald. Ishgard really likes their class system. I must applaud your initiative, Mistress Gelato. Roth tells me you've been quite busy. Alas, we have not the time to thank you properly. I have a task to which I would commit all able-bodied men and women, you and Lord Artorel included. Reconnaissance lost. Calm as ever, even when you must surely sense the gravity of the situation. A veteran through and through, just as Lord Drillemont said. Good. We've lost contact with the reconnaissance party sent north to Riversmeet in search of the heretics' hideaway. Whether they were attacked or met with some other misfortune, we know not. But regardless of the cause, we must act quickly, for this is a harsh, unforgiving land which can claim, and has claimed, the lives of many men. To ensure we find our missing knights as quickly as possible, I have assigned each party a different area to search. You and Lord Artorel will be working together. Seek him out when you are ready to depart, and good luck. It seems we have been assigned the area near Camp Riversmeet, Mistress Gelato. Lest you are unaware, the camp was one of many our knights were forced to abandon when we withdrew from the Curthis Western Highlands, one of many sacrifices made in the wake of the calamity. It would not surprise me if our knights took shelter there. There is but one way to find out, though. Let us be off. Onward we go. Buddy, I can... Okay, well, I can see that pretty clearly. Can't see the other side of the ravine, though. There, below us. Camp Riversmeet, or what remains of it. I see no way to descend the cliff safely from here. Should we fall, the beasts below would make short work of us. Come. I know a path to the riverbed below, east of the Black Iron Bridge. But I have a flying mount, it's fine. Okay. If the reconnaissance party came this way, I see no sign of it. Still, it is possible that recent storms have obscured their trail, or that they took an alternate route to Camp Riversmeet. Until we investigate the camp itself, we cannot be certain. We must press on. Not exactly seeing any signs of life here. Oh. Gaunt figure. No. No heretics. Are you all right? I heard sounds of a struggle. Thank the Fury. I thought no one would come. 3 heretics slain and 1 knight saved, just like that. You certainly live up to your reputation, Mistress Gelato. What happened here, sir? Is there no one else? We were caught in a furious blizzard north of here, my lord. Naught but white all around, until we saw shapes moving towards us. Running towards us with naked steel in their hands. I cut down a few of the bastards who came close, but the others... There was shouting and screaming, but after a while I could only hear unfamiliar voices. I found my way to the camp, hoping to hide while the storm passed. But the heretics tracked you here. Aye. My lord, the heretics' hideaway lies somewhere to the north. We must move quickly before the snow buries all traces of their passing. For my brothers, we must. Have faith, sir. Justice will be done. But first we must see you to safety. At the end of our hope. Oh, it might be Iceheart time again. He has the right of it, Mistress Gelato. Whatever remains of the Heretics' trail will be gone with the next snowfall. But we cannot very well leave our friend here. I will see him to Falcon's Nest and gather reinforcements. In the meantime, I would have you search the area to the north of the camp for signs of the attack. Should you pick up the Heretics' trail, do not wait for me. Follow it back to their lair forthwith, being sure to leave me some clear footprints. I realize that this plan may place you in considerable danger, but I see no alternative. Rest assured we will not be far behind. And Dragonfruit, thank you. Alrighty. Oh. Fresh footprints. And a dead knight. The tracks continue to the north. Tracks continue to the north. We mostly don't have to contend with combat here, which is interesting that they made it a solo duty, but... Oh. That would be why. No curing. Very rude, actually. Spineless heretic. Excuse me. Somebody help. No. You don't do that. Follow the fleeing heretic. That is what I'm doing. Get back here. Stay in my range. Okay, maybe I should have let him live, but you know what? Sometimes we make choices. It's probably somewhere up here, right? Oh, yeah. If I were a heretic in search of a hiding place, I would probably use that giant farmhouse. Hello? Anybody home? Oh, yo. No cane weaving. None of that. Survey the heretic's hiding place. Can do. We did it. Duty done. It's time for the girl. Hi, we haven't seen you for a while.
Looking for me, I presume.
I mean, yes. Oh, it's our dragon friend.
The child who glimpsed the truth.
Excuse me.
No, it cannot be.
She cameth unto me, as didst thou. Alike in gifts, yet set upon different paths.
He speaks true, warrior of light. Like you, I have been blessed with the echo. The visions terrified me at first. They came without warning. I wondered what I had done to deserve them. But I had no time to ponder such things, once the calamity came. The land turned against us, and in a matter of hours, Falcon's Nest was buried under 10 fulms of ice and snow. We had no choice but to flee for Ishgard. We came to the wall, and while we searched for a way through, there was an avalanche. And then I was alone. So I set forth for Dravania.
Right.
I knew full
We hadn't
well
heard her
what might
full
happen
story
where I
until
found.
now.
But I could not survive on my own. I was found, of course. And not by a mere dragon, but by the great worm Hraesvelgr. And it was then that I knew why I had been given this gift. For with it I heard his voice, and saw the truth through his eyes. I was chosen to deliver this revelation to the people, to bring dragon and man together as they once were, and should ever be.
Ishgard's gonna have a tough time with that. Oof, okay. What of the innocents who died when you attacked Foundation?
It wasn't supposed to be like that. You have to believe me. It was beyond my control. Children taught to fear the skies, who saw their loved ones slaughtered. Yet the Dravanians, though they know where the fault truly lies, fell upon them with such fury.
Yeah, war sucks, shockingly.
Men die, and their children forget. But we are everlasting. To us, then is as now. Thou canst not comprehend the violation. The outrage. The fury.
I will make this right. I am neither a saint nor a savior, just another sinner. Yet I will not forsake this cause. I cannot. I will see this cycle broken and peace restored.
An admirable goal, but also you need to stop attacking Ishgard.
We can do naught else, for we are now as one.
Has the weather finally cleared up a little bit? So they were lurking in the cellar of this farmhouse. Tis a pity that Lady Iceheart escaped, but we must not let that detract from your accomplishment. We have them on the run. You have dealt our foes a telling blow this day, my friend, and I shall see that your efforts are recognized. Establishing an outpost in so remote a location could not have been easy. Tenacious devils. Knights, be not proud. The knights have matters here well in hand. Let us return to Falcon's Nest and share our discoveries with Sir Redwald. Come. After tracking heretics across malms of ice and snow, I would say you are due a few hours' rest next to a warm fire. Yeah, I'd say so too. Okay. Lord Artoirel, Mistress Gelato, full glad am I to see you both hale and hearty. What news? You mean to say you hunted down the heretics on your own, and slew them before reinforcements could arrive? By the Fury! I believe we have made great strides towards purging these lands of heretics, and I mean to say as much when I deliver my report to my father in the Holy See. As will I. May it serve to remind our superiors what houses Durandère and Fortin could achieve through continued cooperation. Indeed. I trust you and your knights are content to handle the rest? We most certainly are, my lord. During your short time with us, you and Mistress Gelato have accomplished far more than I had thought possible. I cannot in good conscience impose upon you any longer. Pray return to Ishgard with my thanks. As you wish, Sir Redwald. We thank you for your hospitality. Alrighty. Back to Ishgard. see how everyone else has been doing with their respective jobs. Mistress Gelato, I would speak plain. From the first, I questioned your motives and your competence. Unjustly, I now realize. Rumors have a way of growing more fantastic as they spread, and quite frankly, those surrounding you beggar belief. But Ochafon swore that all the stories were true. He championed your cause and begged Father to grant you patronage. Oh, that's starting in about a minute, chat. And he duly listened, because for all his wisdom, he has never been able to say no to my dear half-brother, the legacy of my father's sole indiscretion. Mother hated him, of course. Even on her deathbed, she refused to acknowledge him, and, to be honest, she was not alone in her feelings. But that is not the worst of it. At Camp Riversmeet, when we came upon the wounded knight, I knew immediately that one of us would have to pursue the heretics alone, an onerous task fraught with danger. And there you were, the savior of Eorzea and honored guest of House Fortin, my new comrade in arms, Ochafon's dear friend. I told myself it was to be a test, but part of me hoped that you would fail. Yet you accepted the task without a word of protest nor any sign of fear, and you duly tracked the enemy down, faced him alone, and lived to tell the tale. Plainly, Ochafon had the right of it all along. That I doubted your strength bespeaks mine own weakness. But I will not doubt you again, Mistress Gelato. On that you have my word. Divine intervention. Ah, Mistress Gelato. My lord the Count much desires to speak with you regarding your time with Lord Arthorhel and Lord Emanelaine. If you would remain here for a moment. Oh, what do we got?
The hero returns. I cannot thank you enough for saving young Emanelaine's life. Aye, he told me everything. I've also received letters from both House Zemail and Durandare praising your conduct, and that of House Fortin. You've won us much honor, my friend.
My lord,
Oh?
What is it? Speak.
pray forgive the intrusion, my lord, but I bring grave tidings. Master Alphino and Mistress Tataru have been detained on suspicion of fomenting heresy.
Oh? That's not great.
What?
Oh, right, it's
Explain.
this bit.
They were observed entering a tavern in the lower levels on some half-dozen occasions. There, it is claimed, they made a number of inquiries. Inquiries which brought them into contact with certain elements. 'Twas this which prompted a knight of the Heavensward to demand that they be questioned. Sir Grinno, my lord.
Sir Grinno is a brute. Exceedingly accomplished brute, but a brute nonetheless. Alas, he is also a son of House Zemail.
Yeah, but he sucks.
How quickly we forget the petty nature of men. I'd wager your friends are no more than pawns in another of my countrymen's games. Such is the way of things between the high houses.
Though you have won the hearts and minds of many of my countrymen, there are those who will never be swayed. Men who will dismiss your efforts and resent your successes, even as we celebrate them. 'Tis like that one such member of House Zemail is manipulating Sir Grinno, for he is not a man to dabble in politics of his own volition. He may genuinely believe your friends to be guilty, though I am quite certain his masters know better. Yet the truth will avail us not if we cannot prove their innocence. You would do well to speak with Sir Emmerich at the congregation of our Knights Most Heavenly. He will know more of these charges. Hey! It's our first time seeing Emmerich in Ishgard. You know, would have been nice if we could do so under better circumstances, but... How you doing, Firm Albert? Hello, Emmerich. It has been too long, Dragonfruit. Would that this visit came under happier circumstances. You are come to plead for Master Alfino and Mistress Tataru, I take it. Yeah, they're not heretics, buddy. Word of their detainment reached us while I was delivering my report on the Vanu Primal. Truly, I know not what is more ludicrous, these charges or that flying feathered whale. That Sir Grino's accusations are baseless, I have no doubt. Refuting them will be difficult, however, as he is a knight of the Heavensward. I speak of the personal guard of the Archbishop, the 12 finest knights in all of Ishgard, sworn to serve his eminence alone. Suffice it to say, their testimony is unimpeachable, and I have not the authority to challenge their actions. After all the Scions have done, routing the heretics and defeating Shiva, helping us to defend the steps of faith and drive back the Dravanian horde, after proving themselves true allies on countless occasions, is there naught we can do? I fear there is but one path left to us. We must demand a trial by combat. But of course... Yes, let's go! In a trial by combat sanctioned by the Inquisition, the victor's claim is judged true regardless of the petitioner's standing. Under Ishgardian law, a trial by combat pits the accuser against the accused. In this instance, Master Alfino and Mistress Tataru would be expected to face Sir Grino in a second of his choosing, another knight of the Heavensward, most like. 2 of them? By the Fury, that can hardly be considered fair. Master Alfino's magical talents will not have gone unnoticed, meaning that he will have no choice but to participate. Mistress Tataru, on the other hand, is quite obviously bereft of martial skill, and should be afforded the right to name a champion to fight in her stead. Lest you doubt, I am ready and willing to serve in this capacity, as I am sure is Lord Orchefort. But all here present know that you are the most accomplished warrior among us, and mayhap in the realm at large. Yeah, I'll fight for Tataru. Then it is settled. I will visit Master Alfino at once, and inform him of our intentions. Dragonfruit, meet me at the tribunal when you have made ready. Until then, my friend. Gotta go save our girlie. Now we get the nighttime Ishgard theme. Hello, I'm here to check in for my court date for the trial by combat. Listen carefully, Dragonfruit. When the trial begins, the petitioner will be asked to restate his charges, and the accused invited to respond. Then, in accordance with the law, they will be asked to restate their request for a trial by combat. Once the High Adjudicator acknowledges Mistress Tataru's right to name a champion, that is when you must make your entrance. Oh, I cannot wait to see the look on Sir Grino's face when he sees his opponent. 'Twill be priceless. More seriously, should you begin to lose heart, look to me in the stands and I shall cheer so loud you will wonder how you could ever have contrived to doubt yourself. Now, are you ready? Yeah?
We are gathered here today under the watchful gaze of the Fury to ascertain the guilt of 2 souls in a trial by combat. Petitioners, step forward.
God, they're so smug.
Sir Grino, for the benefit of all here present, I would ask you to repeat the charges which you have leveled against this man and this woman.
I, Sir Grinno de Zemile, brother of the Heavensward, did bear witness to these two foreigners consorting with heretics.
You need a lozenge there, friend?
Let the accused step forward. Alfino Leveilleur, Tataru Taru, you have heard the charges leveled against you. Will
Yeah, and they're
you take
bullshit.
up arms to refute Sir Grinno's claim and thereby prove your innocence in the eyes of gods and men?
I, Alfino Leveilleur, am innocent of this charge and claim my right to trial by combat.
I, Tataru Taru, am innocent of this charge. But I am no warrior and cannot fight. So, I claim the right to name a champion.
To the old and the infirm, the young and the weak, this right we allow. Very well. Who will stand for this woman?
Me. It's me, baby. I'm glad I hit my cue.
Just as I was beginning to doubt the efficacy of the Ishgardian justice system. Come, my friend. Let us put an end to this mummer's farce.
Let's kick some ass. Oh, Tataru, no!
O Halone, render unto us your judgment.
Alright, let's do it.
Raise up the righteous and cast down the wicked.
Okay. You go away. Cold fire.
I have my pride.
None of that, actually. You have been indulged enough, heathen swine. No, no, I'm good.
I've got you now. Down with you!
No. None of that, actually. Oh, I hate that. Buddy, you gotta stop getting home ganged. It's a little embarrassing. No, no Iron Tempest. Alfino, you can move out of that one. Okay, I'm not breaking your next chains. We did it! Halone said we're innocent. We won! The Fury has spoken. Alfino Leveilleur, Tataru Taru, you are hereby acquitted of all charges. Blessed are we who receive of her wisdom and see justice wrought by her divine hand. Petitioners, accused, go forth in peace. Delivered from an untimely demise yet again, my thanks, as always. Sure thing, buddy. By the Fury, what a splendid victory! To see how you strove in the face of adversity, two brave young souls bound together by the puissant bonds of camaraderie. Why, it stirred me to the very depths of my soul. Having been treated to such a rousing spectacle, it seems only right that I present you with a humble token of mine admiration. Pray receive of me this chocobo whistle. Wow, a black chocobo that I already have. With it you may summon a black chocobo, fully trained and able to fly. But thank you, Oshafon. It's a nice gesture. Magnificent, is she not? Strong yet sleek, elegant yet eager. What say you, Dragonfruit? Will you take her for your steed? Hi, Moman. What's up, buddy? Hi. Yeah. Lord Oshafon, chocobos are prohibited in the Supreme Sacred Tribunal of Hellenic Inquisitory Doctrine. Your steed must remain outside. Come here, bud. Hi, Moman. We have been joined by a Moomin. Perhaps briefly, but he is here. Ether currents now accessible. Oh, good. You have obtained a black chocobo. I already had that. It's okay. I don't have to attune to any ether currents. I've done all of that. Disclosure. Black chocobos are all well and good, but the true reward for your efforts is the exoneration of your comrades. They shall be released upon the completion of certain minor formalities, which I mean to see to personally. In the meantime, pray return to Fortin Manor. The Count has done so already, and will doubtless be eager to discuss the day's events. Can do. Hi, Edmund. Helone smiles on us yet again, Mistress Gelato, guiding you to victory and setting your comrades free. I confess I did fear for your safety, which is not to say I doubted your prowess, you understand. I merely knew the strength of your opponents. You do have a habit of exceeding my expectations. Besting two of the Heavensward while the city's elite looked on? By the Fury, anyone who hasn't been paying attention to you will surely do so from now on. Great, more eyes on us when we're trying to not draw too much attention to ourselves. My lord. We've just received a message from the vault. His Eminence the Archbishop requests the presence of Mistress Gelato. Oh, good. An invitation from the Archbishop. What an honor. A personal summons is indeed a great honor, and given recent events, you would be wise not to delay. Go, Mistress Gelato. We shall speak anon. A priest will be waiting for you outside the vault. Identify yourself to him and he will escort you inside. Good. Good and great. You win one trial by combat, and suddenly the head of state wants to speak to you. I guess we kind of just gotta go up from here, huh? That would be the smartest thing to do. Hi, Moon. Hi, I have an appointment with the Pope. We are honored to receive you, Mistress Gelato. This way, please.
Your Eminence, it is my honor to present to you the Warrior of Light.
That's me.
I have heard the tales of your many grand endeavors. The Lord Commander has also been most effusive in his praise. I am Thordan VII, Archbishop of the Ishgardian Orthodox Church, and I bade you come here that I might offer my personal apologies.
He's got some wild eyebrows.
Not calling upon you as courtesy would dictate, but as you can see, my more sprightly days are long behind me. But I digress. Your companions were wrongly accused of heresy and subjected to gross indignities. This, I am sorry to say, was the result of negligence on the part of our nation's protectors. Negligence born of an excess of zeal. Is that not so, Sir Zephyrin?
Yeah, we're just too excited about our jobs.
Yes, Your Eminence. Regrettably, it would appear that we of the Heavensward were in receipt of erroneous information. Sir Grinno has ever been headstrong. He pressed charges before the truth had been ascertained, for which I most sincerely apologize.
Okay. You were going to execute my friends.
Misunderstanding born of an earnest desire to serve Ishgard, but one which should never have occurred. For who could doubt the character of those who bested Shiva and drove the Horde from the steps of faith? Not I. That much is certain. That will be all, Sir Zephyrin. I would speak with our guest in private.
Your Eminence?
Oh, okay.
As you wish, Your Eminence. That will be all for today.
Privacy is a luxury rarely afforded one in my position. Now tell me, young lady, what do you know of the Ascians?
Oh shit. Well.
Much and more, I shouldn't wonder. Being the bringer of light. You should know that I myself have met with them. Have entertained them as guests, even.
Forgot that he straight up tells us this.
Of chaos and strife offered us power that we might continue our war against the dragons. I have no intention of aiding their cause, of course, nor less of being their puppet. Yet, were I to refuse them outright, I should learn naught of their true objectives and remain powerless to stop them. Thus have I hearkened to their words with interest and paid lip service to their beliefs, biding my time and preparing for the inevitable conflict.
Seems a little risky, but okay.
And why do I tell you this? Because there is naught in this world they fear more than the power of the Warrior of Light. If we are to rid ourselves of these vile interlopers, we must needs work together. With our combined strength, I have faith that we can wrest Eorzea from their grasp and pave the way for a lasting peace. Think on it.
I'll think about it, sir. Also, hold up. I need to check something real quick with my glamour. Have I not been... No, my glasses are on. I guess I just took them off for that cutscene? I guess for specific cutscenes it will occasionally remove your headgear, but... interesting. Hey, Alfino, so the Pope knows about the Asians.
There you are. I confess, I was more than a little concerned when I learned that you had been summoned to the vault. What did they want with you?
Oh, you know,
Well,
normal
well.
things.
A formal apology and an admonishment of those responsible. I see my fears were wholly misplaced.
Okay, yeah, but listen to the next bit.
By the gods! The Archbishop freely admits to consorting with Asians. So, their ambitions extend to Ishgard as well. We will have new primals to contend with ere long, of that you may be certain. 'Tis but a matter of time. Yet shorn of the support of our missing allies, what can we realistically hope to achieve?
In the midst of all the excitement, I completely forgot to tell you. When I was asking around about the Scions, I heard the most awful rumor. General Rauburn is to be executed for crimes against the Sultanate!
Oh, shit. That's not
If the Flame
ideal.
General dies, we will lose a staunch ally, and the one man capable of holding the Sultana's assassins to account. Lord Orchiphon was wise to counsel restraint, but this business will brook no delay. We cannot permit this execution to take place. We must save Rauburn.
Flame General Affairs. Though the situation calls for urgency, it would avail us little to charge headlong into Ul'dah without a plan. Before we can formulate a plan, however, we must first learn how things stand within the Sultanate, which is why I propose that we visit Limsa Lominsa. Ah, you heard me right. While you were about your altruistic endeavors, I acted as an intermediary in trade negotiations between House Forton and a Lominsan consortium. During said negotiations, an opportunity to send word to the Admiral presented itself, and I duly seized it. I am happy to report that we yet have a stout ally in Limsa. The Admiral has pledged her full cooperation in any effort to rescue Raban. Accordingly, I have agreed to meet with her that we might discuss how best to proceed. Naturally, I told her to expect us both. Your presence never fails to embolden our allies, after all. When you arrive in Limsa Lominsa, make yourself known to Sergeant Xanthale at the Bulwark Hall on the lower decks. He will admit you to the bridge. Oh, right. Okay. Let's go save our boy. Or, you know, start the process of saving our boy. Lominsa poppin' prior to patch. Which makes sense. The Admiral has been expecting you. Say the word and I will take you to her. Hi, Melvib. It's been a bit. Haven't seen you since I was accused of murdering the Sultana.
Friends, 'tis good to see you safe and well. I will admit I had not counted on you seeking, let alone finding refuge within the Holy See, but full glad was I to learn that you had.
Thankfully, we had allies there who took us under their wing. And theirs was not the only aid we receive, I suspect. When we fled Uldar, we fully expected to become wanted men, known to all and hounded at every turn. Yet that did not come to pass. On the contrary, 'twould seem the charges against us have not been made public. Might we have you to thank for that, Admiral?
Sharp as ever, Master Alphino. On Marshal Terrapin's urging, the Elder Seed Seer and I demanded that the Syndicate suppress news of the Scion's alleged crimes until such time as irrefutable evidence could be found. Our argument was simple. Lacking proof, to accuse the saviors of the realm of so unlikely a crime would have the people up in arms. In their wisdom, the Syndicate agreed, as you yourself have seen. There is something you should know. Some few days prior to the banquet, the Elder Seedseer and I were summoned for a private audience with the Sultana. There, she revealed her intent to announce her abdication, that she might pave the way for the establishment of an Uldan Republic.
What? But such an announcement would have plunged the entire nation into chaos.
She was well aware of that. 'Twas for fear of what might ensue that she summoned us. Her Grace wanted the Elder Seedseer and I to lend Rauban a helping hand, you see? To aid him in preserving the peace during the transition.
So, having somehow caught wind of her plan, Lolorito and Teleji plotted the Sultana's assassination in the hope of maintaining the constitutional status quo. But they must have known that her death would sow as much chaos as her abdication. Chaos from which Teleji alone might feasibly stand to profit. Surely Lolorito would never knowingly... Ah, could it be?
The Syndicate just sucks.
I dare not hope.
The Uldan authorities have yet to announce the Sultana's passing. To allay any suspicion that may arise from Her Grace's absence, they have issued a statement to the effect that she is presently convalescing from illness.
Uh-huh.
Mayhap they're waiting for a fitting moment to break the news. Or mayhap they know of some other reason to delay.
Something else has been bothering me, Admiral. I was dismayed to learn that General Rauban is to be executed. Yet upon hearing the news, I could not help but wonder why he had been kept alive for so long.
That's a good point.
Pray mistake not my meaning. I am, of course, overjoyed that our friend still draws breath, and that he might yet be saved. But if his enemies truly wish to eliminate him, they could have done so immediately. I see no reason for this delay.
Aye, you've struck upon an important point, Master Alphino. Following his capture, Rauban had been held in the Marasaja pit within Uldar. In recent days, however, he has reportedly been moved to an unknown location. Queerly, 'twas not the Brass Blades who spirited him away either, but a band of soldiers decked in blue.
Oh, good.
The Crystal Braves.
Alf, you know your PMC is still causing shit.
Aye. If I read the winds aright, the arrangement between Lord Lolorito and the Braves has come under strain. At any rate, if we're to rescue Rauban, we'll have to find him first. And you'll be glad to hear that I have already entrusted the task to those best able to see it done. Our friends of Doma.
Is it Yugiri time? I do love Yugiri. Rauban's survival is vital to the Eorzean alliance. We can ill afford to lose him. But I cannot send troops into Ul'dah. 'Twould spell the end of the alliance and war like as not. If there is to be a rescue, it falls to you and yours to attempt it. I would not have it any other way, Admiral. It was I who founded the Crystal Braves, and I who must take responsibility for their actions. Spoken like a true leader, Master Alphino. By way of a first step, you should seek out our Doman contact. You will find her among the frontier hands at Revenant's Toll, working in a kitchen. Yeah, Moomin. I'm gonna go rescue the Flame General. Oh, hello. You have some nerve showing your face here, traitor. I ought to haul you in for your crimes, and I would. Except you doubtless put up a fight, and I've been ordered not to bring conflict into town. Our priority is to protect the people, and we can't risk innocent bystanders getting hurt. If I were to find you elsewhere, though, you'll not find me so lenient. Consider yourself warned. Lamau. Hello, Higiri. Mistress Dragonfruit. I knew in my heart that you were safe, but to see you again in the flesh, words cannot well express my relief. Even as the victory feast was taking place, the Crystal Braves turned upon us and took the Rising Stones by force. Amid the chaos, some few of my compatriots and I were able to slip away unnoticed. Since then, we have remained in Revenant's Toll, keeping watch over the mutineers while awaiting your return. You have done well by us, and we Domans do not soon forget our debts. We swear to do all within our power to aid you. In search of Raban, shortly before you arrived, I received word from Limsa Lominsa that you were searching for General Raban. As the Admiral will have informed you, he was recently moved from his cell in the Marasaja pit. At the same juncture, Yu Hase and the 3rd Unit were observed leaving the Rising Stones. This can be no simple coincidence. Their purpose, we believe, is to escort the Flame General to the scene of his execution. Suffice it to say, we have people shadowing the 3rd. If you would join the hunt, pray seek out Dewari at Highbridge, where I too am bound. Okay, haven't been to Eastern Thanel in a hot second. Let's go get our boy. I have been expecting you. Time is of the essence, so I shall be direct. Yu Hase and his men are bound for Halatali. We believe that this is where they intend to carry out the execution. Hozan is presently keeping watch over the entrance. Let us make haste and join him. Alrighty. Time to go save our friend. You come at a good time, my friends. But moments ago, the traitor Ilbert arrived and entered Halatali. From this, we may be certain that General Raban is being held within. Keeping the flame alive. There is no time to lose. General Aldin may be executed at any moment. You must enter Halatali and free him from his captors. Please see to your preparations and tell me when you are ready to proceed. One of our own will accompany you inside. Let's do it. Gotta save our boy. It's the girl! Hi, Yugiri!
Pray, forgive me my lateness.
You're good.
Lady Yugiri!
Master Alphino, I am pleased to see that the light of resolve shines in your eyes once more.
Ah, yes. How pathetic I must have seemed to you when we last met. I am ashamed to recall it. For a time I was well and truly lost. But with the aid of my comrades, I have since refound my purpose, and I shall take care not to misplace it again.
Since your escape from Ulda, my fellow shinobi and I have shadowed the Crystal Braves every step, in hopes of learning the Scion's whereabouts. Regrettably, our investigation has yet to yield any useful information. Pray, forgive us.
I mean, you found Raban. That's still
You need not
good.
apologize, my lady. We are grateful for all that you have done on our behalf. Besides, Raban is no less a friend, and we cannot well abandon him to his fate.
Hozan, the three of us shall attend to the Flame General's rescue. Pray, draw away the guards by the entrance. Take Dowade and Higiri with you.
There he go.
With me!
Rescue Raban. Not a soul from the Colosseum to be seen. This bodes ill. Take the lead, Dragonfruit. I shall follow close upon you. Hello, we are going to kill you now.
Away with you!
None of this. You get to perish.
Leave this to me!
Nope, no cure. No cure. Thank you. We will find our boy. Probably. If I remember. Okay, yeah. Not this way, the other way. I'm very good at navigating this dungeon. Promi. Oh. That looks promising. There he is. Raban! The general, but where are his captors? I mislike the look of this. General! You came. Hello, Mercury. We are freeing our good friend. He's bound by some manner of magitech device, yet I dare not force it open. It may well be booby-trapped. I've heard of such devices. The Crystal Braves will possess the key. Let us split up and look for it. That will not be necessary. Pray do not take it personally, my friends. You are the victims of harsh economic conditions. Happily, you will not suffer long. This poison will convey you swiftly unto the bosom of Thal, where I hope to join you after the passing of many prosperous years. I'm gonna kill you, Yuhase. Farewell, friends. Oh, and do try to relax. They tell me struggling only makes it worse. Oh good, poison mist time. Pretty sure the mist source is back up here. Right? Yes, maybe? We'll see. I have not done these duties in a long time. Okay. There's some dudes. No acerbic jam. Watch me have gone completely the wrong way. Oh wait, I hear hissing. There we go, there's the atomizer. No more gas. Okay, mist is done. The mist has cleared. Next, to find the key and free Raban. Not very cool of them to be using chemical weaponry while they still have soldiers stationed in here, but how did they survive the poison? Looks like we'll just have to finish the job. No. You stop that. Get out of here with that nonsense. One brave left. There we go. That's the identification key that we need. The key. Take it to Raban. I will sprint over there as fast as I can. This is a big fucking map. We're coming as quickly as we can, Flame General. this frees the Raban. My thanks. Slowly, General. You are yet weak from your ordeal. Nevertheless, we must quit this place. I should have known. What are clever contrivances to the Warrior of Light? Well done, hero. Oh, good. Hello, Ilberd. Ilberd. You mean to struggle on, then? Very well. If you would stand in my way, I will cut you down like all the rest. Come, Scions, let's get this over with. Alrighty. It's our 3 favorite assholes. Yuhase, Ilberd, and Laurentius. Ilberd, you got other people to attack. Fuck off. Get out of here with that.
I have you now.
No. None of that.
It is nothing.
Ow. Maybe you should be Ilberd. Maybe it's time you fuck off.
I'll tear you limb from limb.
Nope. No, you will not. Because we just kicked your ass.
This changes nothing.
Okay, well.
It is
Leave.
over, Ilberd. Lay down your arms and surrender yourself to justice.
Justice? Justice for what exactly? 'Twas not I who assassinated the Sultana, boy.
Ere we debate who is responsible for the assassination, I would ask whether an assassination took place at all.
Oh, clever little shite. If you think you fight for justice, lass, you best wake up.
The truth is, you fight for whoever bloody well tells you to. Can you not see you're being used? By the Scions, the City-States, even the Crystal Braves? They none of them care a whit what you want. Only what you can do for them. And how do I know this? Because I'm the same. A pawn to be used as my masters see fit. All I ever wanted was to liberate my homeland. And I ate dirt to make it happen. But what have I achieved after all these years in servitude? Nothing. Not a bloody thing.
No, you just said. You said you ate dirt, so you achieved that. Good job, Ilberd.
If we ourselves are not free to think.
Hello! Welcome, welcome,
ever to
Asto.
reclaim
Thank you
our
so much for the
homeland.
raid, friend.
Know this.
Welcome, Raiders. I'm Purslin. I'm a variety PNG tuber. Today we're doing,
Alamigo. Nothing!
we're doing the Heavensward main story. And it's a bit of a time. So, let me get you a shout out real quick. 1 second. What were y'all playing today? How have you been, friend? Yes, welcome, Raiders.
You'll not get away!
Pain. Zelda Pain? Oh. You playing some Tears of the Kingdom? Ocarina of Time? Ooh, interesting.
No, Master Alphino. Now is not the time.
Hello, Yggdrasil. Wonderful to see you. And hello, Serain. Saren? I pronounce words correctly sometimes, but not often. Were you doing a randomizer or just like the straight up game?
And still you came for me. And when you're dead,
We are all of us fools of fate, General. But even fools have a part to play.
On your feet, Gladiator. This fight is not over.
Rest assured, I was not planning to die till I'd avenged the Sultana. Still, your words are welcome, lass.
I love Raban's new voice actor.
Know this, Ilberd. There is nothing I would not give to see you pay for what you've done. My wealth, my arm, my life. Nothing.
General, are you aware that Lord Lolorito has yet to announce the Sultana's death to the public?
What? No. No, I was not aware of that, nor of anything else outside my cell. 'Tis passing strange, though. I assumed the bastard would make it known at the first opportunity, and set about tearing down the Sultanate.
Well,
as did we all. And it is indeed strange that he did not. Strange, or perhaps revealing. Now, I have no conclusive proof, nor do I wish to give you false hope, but I have reason to believe that Her Grace may yet live.
Lena, was this like the first time we actually
But how can that be?
got that? Did people think that Nanama was dead all the way up until
Forgive
3-0?
me, friends, but it is not safe here. Let us continue this conversation without.
They absolutely did. God damn. The general is safe. What news without? My lady, the guards have been subdued as per your command. We have since kept watch over the entrance. There has been no further activity. You lived through 2.55 with that? Oh god. Sounds like a time. Then Ilbert and his minions have fled via some other egress. Scour the perimeter for signs of their passing. At once, my lady. General Aldin, I presume, and the scions of the Seventh Dawn. Who are you? Identify yourself. Pray do not be alarmed. My mistress is a friend, and I come bearing a message of goodwill. For your own safety, she bade me direct your steps to the Waking Sands. Know that Master Urianger awaits you there, along with others sympathetic to your cause. This is no ruse, I assure you. General Aldin, if you will come with me, I have prepared a carriage, that you may travel in comfort, safe from prying eyes. Good old Dark Stranger. Yup. Everyone's favorite NPC. I have spoken with Urianger via Link Pearl. He confirms the man's story. Raban is in safe hands. Let us make our own way to Vesper Bay. Oh my god, we're prey returning to Waking Sands yet again. We'll never be free. Oh, thank you for the hydrate redeem. 1 second. And the posture check redeem. And the stretch redeem. Okay, I have successfully de-shrimped. The opening chapter of an expansion is always a little bit longer, but we are kind of getting close to the end of it. We've got like this thread to wrap up, then like 1 or 2 quests in the Western Highlands, and then we're done. for today.
My dearest friends, praise be unto the 12 for delivering you from the
Pippin's
clutches
here.
of treachery.
Oh, ad starting in about a minute, chat.
Father!
Pippin, my son, and Master Papashan besides.
Forgive me, Father. I should have been at Her Grace's side.
Save your tears. The Sultana yet lives.
Yup.
You.
It was I who arranged this gathering. And judging by your perplexed expressions, it would seem introductions are in order. I am Dulala, head of the Order of Noldthor, and member of the Syndicate.
And owner of very silly hat.
What you said about the Sultana, is it true? Is she alive?
Young lady, I understand you were with the Sultana when she drank from the poisoned goblet and collapsed. Would I be correct in assuming that you did not personally verify Her Grace's vital signs?
I mean, I kind of got immediately
Why
accused of
ask
murder.
when she's plain you know the answer.
Calm yourself, General, and let me finish. The truth is not as you imagine it. You are all victims of a most ingenious ruse. A ruse conceived to eliminate the threat posed by Teleji Adeleji. Tis my belief that Teleji plotted the Sultana's assassination alone, but that Lolorito caught wind of his plot and exploited it to his own ends.
Y'all couldn't have just assassinated him?
He sought to manipulate you into eliminating Teleji for him, and you duly obliged. At one fell swoop, he removed his two foremost rivals, all the while remaining above suspicion.
God strike me down for a fool. But the Sultana, how can it be that she lives?
Hello, Mimi. Hope you're having a good day so far.
She lives because Lolorito
Welcome,
willed
welcome.
it. Her own lady-in-waiting is but one of his many little birds. By her sleight of hand, the poison was switched for a less deadly draught before it could reach her mistress's lips.
Some manner of sedative, perchance, of a potency sufficient to induce a slumber like unto death.
Lolorito's trick. Yup.
Were I to guess,
God, he sucks
I
so
would
much.
say Her Grace is being held somewhere, dreaming dreams of a brighter Uldar, even as we speak.
Oh, Nanamo. I will never forgive Lolorito for his part in this.
As you shouldn't. As the narrative shouldn't, quite frankly.
Lolorito's hands are far from clean. They did pluck Her Grace from the jaws of death. That must count for something. And though one may call the man's methods into question, it cannot be denied that he knows the value of stability, to the very gill, like as not. He craves power, 'tis true, but he has no desire to depose the Sultana. I had never taken sides in your feud with the monetarists, but it was not for want of concern for our nation's welfare. Indeed, 'twas out of the desire to see order restored that I furnished your Far Eastern friends with information and arranged this gathering.
Ulda just wants to get back to business as usual. A phrase that is incredibly loaded and hits real hard the past couple years.
General, for there is much work to be done. Our first priority must be to bring matters back into balance. Lest you forget Her Grace's words, the true wealth of Uldar lies in the health, happiness, and hopes of her people.
Ulda returned to normalcy
As for the
arc.
more worldly kind of wealth, I am content to let Lolorito help himself to whatever Teleji Adeleji left behind.
Meow meow indeed.
You, meanwhile, must do that which you alone can do. Rescue Her Grace and take your place at her side once more. For her sake, and that of our nation.
You really gotta give it to Raban, he persevered. You were trying real hard to say that we don't have to, we have to hand it to Raban, and I appreciate the restraint. Took a lot of restraint there, Lena. Good job. It's okay, now Raban is properly armed with knowledge. I had not counted on Prioress Dulala herself appearing. In my defense, my suspicions regarding the Sultana proved more prescient. Much remains to be done, but in rescuing Raban, we have taken a vital first step towards resolving matters in Ul'dah. We couldn't have done it without you, Dragonfruit. Thank you. To siege or not to siege? Tataru? Yes, General Raban is now in safe hands. What? Another assault? Very well. We shall return at once. Pray notify the Count of our coming. It would seem we face another crisis. The Dravanians are preparing to resume their siege of the Holy See. Though I am loath to abandon the Sultana to her fate, we lack the necessary evidence to act upon Dulala's claims. That being the case, I propose we leave Marshal Tarapin and the others to investigate, and return with all haste to Ishgard. Okay, well, finally back to the expansion zones. Hi, Tataru. How's the war against the dragons going? Ah, there you are. Sorry for cutting your reunion with General Raban short. I wouldn't have bothered you, but the city's awash with rumors of another Dravanian attack, and Lord Oshafon was desperate to get hold of you. Speaking of whom, he and the others are waiting for you inside, so you'd better head in. Hello. My friend, I thank you for answering our call with such alacrity. As I am sure you are now aware, the Dravanians are once more gathering for war. Mistress Stellato, Master Leveilleur, I must apologize for this abrupt summons, but we thought it best to have Mistress Tataru contact you by the most direct means available. When the Observatorium's bells toll, 'tis a warning that cannot be ignored. The Holy See has ordered that we make ready for battle. In case you haven't heard, a band of trappers returning from the west claim they saw a cloud of dragons big enough to dim the midday sky. Nidog's minions gather once more for war. But I would not have you take up arms in another of our conflicts. When first you came to Ishgard, I offered you my protection. If I cannot ensure your safety here, I cannot well accept your aid, much less ask for it. Scions of the Seventh Dawn, you are faced with a choice: to remain in a besieged Ishgard or seek sanctuary elsewhere. I would not presume to influence your decision, but I must ask that you make it swiftly, lest our enemies force your hand. Well, we could make another verbing nouns elsewhere. Though we flee to the ends of the world, 'twould seem that no place in this troubled age is free of strife. Once more the Horde descends upon Ishgard, and once more her weary defenders must take up spear and bow. The Count would have us seek shelter from this storm, but I, for one, grow tired of running. If we are to shine the light of dawn, we must do so in the sight of our fellow man, not hunkered in a hole. What say you, Dragonfruit? I would stay and fight. Then fight we shall. Let it never be said that we abandon our allies in their hour of need. Alfino's way. The choice we make this day may have grave implications for our order. It is only right that Tataru should have a say. Come, let us all meet outside and discuss the path that lies before us. we can talk here. Okay.
Ishgard cannot well endure another assault. Even should her knights succeed in turning back the Horde, the casualties will be catastrophic.
This is true.
But what other choice do we have? It's not like we can talk it over with them. Dragons and men aren't exactly on speaking terms.
With certain notable exceptions.
Oh, is it track down his sale time?
You don't mean Iceheart?
Let's go!
When last you spoke with her, she lamented her crimes, did she not?
I mean, kind of, yes.
Then there remains a sliver of hope. If we can persuade Iceheart to act as our intermediary, we may yet be able to convince Nidhogg to abandon his bloody course.
If there is to be a meeting, I would accompany you.
Oh, this is our first time seeing him in Heavensward.
Estinian.
Hi, buddy.
Even with your intermediary, Nidhogg's blood rage may render him deaf to reason. However, the mere attempt may afford our forces precious time to prepare. Of course, you might also consider a more direct approach to ending this conflict. With the power of the Eye at my disposal, and the vaunted strength of the Warrior of Light, we could conceivably slay the beast outright.
If we are to risk a face-to-face meeting with the Dread Worm, I for one would feel safer in the company of the Azure Dragoon. However, I should only turn to your lance if my words failed to find their mark. Is that clear?
Perfectly. I shall assume that Iceheart enjoys similar diplomatic protection until instructed otherwise.
You are correct.
A word of advice.
Please don't go stabbing people randomly,
Think
Estinian.
carefully before divulging the particulars of this plan to Sir Emmerich. 'Twould not do to have the Lord Commander accused of consorting with heretics.
Indeed. I thank you for your counsel, Estinian. We shall be honored to have you with us.
I am glad to be of service.
We have chosen a difficult road. Yet even should we succeed in winning Iceheart to our cause, our plans for parley will swiftly come to naught should the Holy See decide to strike first against the Horde. We must petition the Lord Commander's aid ere we set forth. I only hope that Sir Emmerich will be willing to muzzle Ishgard's forces on the strength of our vague assurances. Tataru, I would ask that you remain at Forton Manor and inform the Count of our decision. Tell him that the Scions of the Seventh Dawn mean to do all in their power to ensure that Ishgard and her people survive. Yes, sir. Okay. Time to go talk to Emmerich. And be very vague about what it is we're planning to do.
I want the defenses of the Outer Ward rechecked. See to it that the ballistas are in good repair and supplied with enough ammunition for a prolonged siege.
Hey, the girl's here. Love her.
At once, my lord.
Ah, 'twould seem I have visitors. And unlike those messing beyond our walls, these ones are welcome.
Pray forgive us for interrupting you in the midst of your preparations, Sir Emmerich, but our suit concerns the impending assault. To speak plain, we believe there is a chance the invasion might be halted before it even begins.
So please no preemptive strikes.
I can divulge little more at this time, but I must nevertheless request that you advise the Holy See to refrain from launching any preemptive sorties whilst we seek to put our plans in motion.
I will gladly lend my support to any endeavor that could spare the blood of my countrymen, but I would know more of the cause you would have me champion. Will you not share aught of this mysterious undertaking?
Probably best if we don't.
Know that I have offered my lance to aid in this endeavor. I cannot claim that its success is assured, but our actions should serve to delay Nidhogg's advance at the very least.
See, your boyfriend's helping us. It's fine.
Which is more than can be said for the ill-conceived counterattack advocated by the sea's more vocal crusaders. They offer glorious death, but little hope of victory.
Aye, their proposal does not inspire confidence. Our resources should rightly be spent shoring up the city's defenses. The Azure Dragoon and the Warrior of Light sallying forth together to face the dread worm Nidhogg. I must admit, the mere thought of it does much to dispel my misgivings. Go then, carry out your plan. I shall do what I can for you within the Holy See.
Thanks, buddy. We really appreciate it. Having secured Emmerich's support, we may proceed without fear of a preemptive Ishgardian attack, which is not to say we can afford to dither. History tells us that the Dravanians will attack as soon as their horde reaches a critical size. Before that happens, we must needs track down and win over the Lady Iceheart, and then locate and parley with Nidhogg. In short, time is against us. If you are ready, Estinian, let us be about our task. Oh, it's more Pope time. Wonderful.
Such commotion.
Yes, Your Eminence. The bells of the Observatorium warn of our enemy's approach.
So, the dragons are coming.
Yeah, they do that.
Let them come, in their hundreds and their thousands. With the divine blade in our hands, we shall rend their flesh and drown the heretics in their master's blood. Even Nidhogg and his foul brood shall be powerless to resist us. And when we have rid the world of their pestilence, we shall turn our attention to our Ascian allies. See that they are suitably rewarded for their invaluable assistance.
Normal shit.
If I may, Your Eminence, the Paragons wield powers strange and unknowable. Can we be certain that they will not see through our deception?
We can be certain of naught save the righteousness of our cause. If you would be a true leader of men, you must possess conviction as well as caution.
I mean, he's not incorrect.
To excise the root of an evil that has blighted us for 1,000 years. The risk is worth the reward.
And what of Estinian and this Warrior of Light? They have plans of their own.
Leave them to their purpose. We must each play the role we have been given. You and your chosen brothers most of all.
For the glory of King Thordan.
Oh, good. In search of Iceheart. Before we set forth, we must needs inform Tataru of our plans. Then I shall await you at St. Renette's Forum. Tell your friend that we may be some time. The road you have chosen is neither short nor easy. Of that I need no reminding. Come, Dragonfruit, let us head back to Forton Manor. Tataru. Me and Alfino and Estinian are gonna go on a road trip. It's gonna be great. Gonna have a lot of laughs and some quality bonding time. Our course is set, Tataru. It may be some time before Dragonfruit and I return to Ishgard. Well, just you be careful, alright? Oh, and don't worry about me. I'll be busy listening out for news of our lost friends. If anyone can find them, it is you, Tataru. Farewell for now. Oh, before you go, you must put this on, Alfino. I made it specially. New outfit for the boy! No, I couldn't possibly... very well. He looks so dapper. By the 12, it fits perfectly. And the quality is actually rather good. I'm glad you like it. I've been practicing my needlework while I listen to rumors and the like. A good receptionist is always learning new skills. My thanks, Tataru. Whatever else awaits upon the road, I shall not fear the cold. 'Twas the least I could do. Now, I must be getting back to the tavern, or I'll never catch up with all the gossip. Best of luck on your journey. Okay, Stenian said he was at St. Renette's Forum, which is by the manufactory. You have said your farewells, then? Aye, we are ready to depart. I suggest we begin our search for Lady Iceheart without delay. Very well, but she will prove an elusive quarry. Where do you intend to start looking? In the absence of any fresh intelligence on Izale's movements, I propose we pick up the trail where she was encountered last, the Kurthus Western Highlands. Let us speak with Sir Redwald, was it? As the commander of Falcon's Nest, it is like that he will know if any heretic activity has been reported in the area. Alrighty. Oh, no, that's not where I want to go. Falcon's Nest, Moomin, that's where we want. Huh, buddy. Also, hello, Mercury. Well, Mistress Gelato, what business brings you back to Falcon's Nest? Judging by the company you keep, it can be no trifling matter. The Azure Dragoon I know, of course, but I do not believe I have met this young gentleman. Alfino Leveilleur, at your service. And you are not mistaken as to the gravity of our mission, Sir Redwald. As I am sure you are aware, the Observatorium has warned that the Dravanians gather for another assault. We believe there may yet be a way to avert the coming conflict, but only if we can find the elusive Lady Iceheart. Thus have we come to Falcon's Nest in the hope of acquiring the latest intelligence on the heretics' movements. I see. Then you would be best served by speaking directly to my men. Patrol is due to return from its sweep of the surrounding lands at any moment. You may also wish to question the knights assigned to pick over the remains of the heretic refuge at Gorgania Mills. 'Tis possible that they have unearthed information that could be of use to you. Mistress Gelato knows well the place I speak of, for it was she who first discovered it. Let us divide our forces then. I will stay and await the return of the patrol while the two of you visit this refuge. When I have completed my inquiries, I will join you there. Oh, hi, Moomin. A wise use of our time. Come, Dragonfruit. I am eager to learn what Sir Redwald's men have found in the heretic's lair. Alrighty. Got a ways to go. Hey, at least it's not actively blizzarding today. That's always good. I do like the nighttime music of a lot of the Kurthis zones. It's very understated in a good way. Mistress Gelato. Our findings, you say? Well, there is something of a tale there. No sooner had we chanced upon a promising-looking sheaf of letters than we were ambushed from the shadows by great white beasts. It would seem the heretics foresaw our coming and left behind their pets to discourage further investigation. Several of our number were badly wounded. And you cannot carry out your duties until the creatures are slain. We have not the time to wait for reinforcements. Let us deal with these pets ourselves, Dragonfruit. Time to slay the beasts. Oh, that is a bear. That is a whole-ass bear. Hi. I'm slaying the beasts. The beasts are slain, then. My thanks, Mistress Gelato. We may return to our duty without fear of a mauling. From one heretic to another. You wish to track down Lady Iceheart, is this not so? The records we discovered ere these beasts mauled my comrades appeared to be some manner of correspondence. We had not the luxury of perusing their contents more closely, intent as we were on surviving an onslaught of fang and claw, but I'd wager these epistles contain more than friendly salutations betwixt lonely heretics. My interrogations of the patrol proved fruitless. Either we divine some clue from these letters, or we wander the snowfields and pray that the gods lead us right to Iceheart's door. 'Tis hardly a choice at all. Okay, time to gather up some letters. Hi, we found all the paper. Have you recovered much of the heretics' correspondence? What appears to be a record of past correspondence held between individuals regarded as heretics by the Holy See. Splendid. Added to the contributions from Master Leveilleur and Sir Estinian, we now have more than a dozen letters. What have we here, then? Every one of these pages is a record of the dealings betwixt the Gorgania Mills heretics and their fellows in the Akafa amphitheater. There are requests for foodstuffs, clothing, and all manner of provisions. Iceheart's followers must yet inhabit the ruins we had thought abandoned. Sounding out the amphitheater. The Akafa amphitheater. The very place where you witnessed the manifestation of the primal Shiva, was it not? If that is our destination, the journey will be long indeed. The amphitheater lies on the other side of a treacherous tract of ice and snow that cannot swiftly be crossed. Oh, ad starting in about a minute, chat. Then we must place our faith in the Ethernet. As you may recall, our dear friend Mumbrita succeeded in recreating the XIV beacon after it had been destroyed by Lady Iceheart. At the time, it was assumed that the resultant aetherite would only be temporarily viable, but given that the heretics of Gorgani Mills seem to have been in regular contact with their brethren at the amphitheater, I'll wager it still functions. I suggest we make for the aetherite within Snowcloak without delay. Correct me if I am wrong, Estinian, but in the course of mapping the Snowcloak tunnel system, a passage was discovered leading out into the Western Highlands, was it not? Might it be possible for us to reach the aetherite from this side of the wall? It should. House Durandère posted soldiers at the Western Highlands entrance after the tunnels were closed, but they will not deny us entry. Alrighty. Time to go find our girlie. Triste Chambelle. I think it's just going to be faster to port to Falcon's Nest and go from there. Smart use of our resources. That's what that is. And it is snowing again. An absolute shocker. Hello. Ah, the guests of House Fortin, accompanied by the Azure Dragoon, no less. I cannot imagine what brought you out this far, but you are welcome to enter the tunnels if that is your will. Assuming the XIV beacon still functions, and we must pray to the 12 it does, we shall arrive at our destination in mere moments. Though I do not expect to be greeted by the primal Shiva, we should nevertheless be prepared for a frosty reception. The heretics are not like to rejoice at the appearance of uninvited guests, particularly ones with our history. Let's do it. An impressive structure. I wonder how many ages it has endured. Mayhap you should ask its occupants. They seem a friendly bunch. Hi! Dogs of Ishgard, is it not enough that you banish our beloved saint? Will you not be satisfied until the ice is slick with the last drops of our blood? Stay your weapons, we come under the flag of parley. We wish only to speak with your mistress that we might broker a peace. Do you think us fools, boy? It will take more than honeyed words to earn our trust. You walk with the Dragon Slayer, and we know all too well what he is capable of. My reputation precedes me. And they give us little choice. Come, brothers, may dragon wings bear us to victory. Oh, well, good luck, friends. None of that. Waste no more words on them. They are deaf to reason. Okay, well.
Your guard is down.
Thanks, Estinian. Okay, where's the healer? There you are. Stop that. No more healing. Oh, no dragon's blood, please. None of that. That's, well, not ideal. By the Fury, they partake of the blood of dragons. Yeah, they're good at that. 7 hells. Can dragon blood truly bring about such a transformation? No spellcasters. I'm the only mage allowed here. You are fortunate indeed. Behold the true power of our faith. Oh, good. We have a Guru Veganas. None of this, please.
Release!
Please, none of this. Okay, is it just you left? Okay, we did it. Very successful peace talks, everyone. They fight like demons. 'Tis death to remain. Fall back, brothers. Retreat to the cinders. I see no sign of Lady Iceheart. Would that we could have questioned one of them. What would you ask that we do not already know? They make for the cinders, and so must we. Even should an ambush await us, 'tis certain there will be more heretics to question. The cinders, you say? I confess the name is unknown to me. Mayhap you would be so good as to enlighten us, Estinian? I suspect it is the heretics' way of referring to the Dreaming Dragon, an island of sorts found in the midst of the frozen lake of Ashpool. Some 500 years past, 'tis told that the Azure Dragoon of the age fought a dragon of titanic proportions. After a savage struggle, the mighty creature was weakened unto the point of death, and forced into a magic slumber by an entire chapter of the Holy Sea's sorcerers. Ere long, a rain of ash and cinders did begin to fall upon the sleeping serpent's motionless form, covering the creature at length in a shroud of grey. Of course, a thick layer of ice has since formed on top of it, but you may be sure I speak true. A fascinating tale. We should make haste to this Ashen Isle. The Dreaming Dragon lies far to the west. Before we approach the frozen beast, however, there is another place I would visit first. I am told the convictors have set up camp in Twin Pools. Their leader, Jean Telot, may have information of use to us. Ah, but mayhaps you are not familiar with that name either. The convictors are dragon slayers, after a fashion, but I am willing to wager that they encounter their fair share of heretics. If we are indeed walking into a trap, I would learn all there is to know of our foe. A sound suggestion. Let us speak with these convictors then, and temper our haste with a measure of caution. Oh. Is it fat cat? It's fat cat time. We got our fat cat out. I love that, friend. Excuse me, fatter cat. Fat cat is the minion. Well, well, what do we have here? Hoping to join the esteemed ranks of the convictors, are we? The hard-eyed lass looks promising, but you have a frail look about you, boy. I give you 3 days ere the wilds claim your corpse. I beg your pardon? Be not so quick to judge. I have seen this frail youth fell heretics with a flick of his wrist. And who are you to question my... By the Fury! That armor, that lance, the Azure Dragoon himself graces our camp. Pray forgive my disrespect, sir. I am Jean Delot, leader of the Convictors and fellow slayer of dragons. May I ask what winds, fair or foul, carry you into our humble camp? Ah, Lady Iceheart, is it? Aye, I know her by reputation, but I'm afraid I've seen naught of her or her people. That said, my own men can be somewhat lax when it comes to making reports. You may wish to question them yourselves. Thank you, we shall. Dragonfruit, Estinian, let us make our way through the camp and see what information there is to be had. Camp of the Convictors. Oh, are we... Did we blip? We good? OBS? Twitch? Okay, things seem functional. Surely one of these people will have encountered heretics while out hunting. Pray speak with as many as you can, Dragonfruit. Nay, I know of no heretics. Do you honestly expect me to keep track of every Rétmont, Vermont, and Berthenon that wanders in and out of camp? Yes, actually. Are there any heretics in the area? I have not the faintest idea. Why, a heretic could pass under my very nose, and I should be none the wiser. I hunt dragons, my dear lady, the big ones. Forever do I scan the skies for signs of my prey. I care not for the miserable creatures that scurry upon the ground. Looking for heretics, you say? Why don't you go and bother Pierriquet or someone? I've enough trouble keeping these preening fops fed and clothed as it is. 'Tis no business of mine what folk do with themselves out there in the wilds. Have you seen heretics? Somewhat I can help you with, my lady. Heretics, is it? Well, I've never seen one myself, but that ain't to say I haven't heard a thing or two. We would be grateful for any information you can share with us. The gods know we've gleaned precious little from talking to the rest of these people. If it please, my lord, I'm Pierriquet, a soldier by trade, though not much of one if I'm honest. It weren't for love of stabbing folk that I took up the spear, see? No, it was by order of Sir Jean Telot's father. Still, as long as they keep paying me wages, I ain't fussy as to what they have me do. Not everyone's as patient as me, though. Plenty of low-born lads who get pressed into service start grumbling before they've seen their second battle. And once they've got to thinking how unfair it all is, it don't take much for the heretics to turn their heads. From what I hear, the simple promise of freedom tends to do it. That may explain how Lady Iceheart was able to expand her following so swiftly. Sad to say, some mates of mine gobbled down the heretics' tripe and asked for seconds. Told me they were off to the Western Highlands to light a signal fire. That's how you let the heretics know you're serious about joining their ranks, apparently. Send up some purple smoke and the bastards come to you. Is that so? Why then, I am minded to start a fire. Purple flame, purple flame. If we are to lure our foes to our position, then we must find a means of producing a signal of purple hue. As it so happens, I once heard the tale of a trapper who dropped the hide of a woolly yak onto his campfire. Aside from the terrible stench, the story also described in detail how the smoke from the smothered flames was tinged a deep violet. You are a monster hunter of some note, are you not, Dragonfruit? It should prove a trifling task for you to procure a number of hides. We may need to burn more than one ere the heretics notice our beacon. Master Alfino, you and I shall gather wood for the fire. Aye, it will take the both of us enough to find enough dry fuel in this frozen wasteland. Let us meet again at the Dreaming Dragon with the fruits of our labor. Okay, time to go kill some yaks. Hi, buddy. I need your pelt. Sorry. Yours too. Frost, hello! Welcome, welcome. Hello, Raiders. Hi. Oh god, let me get you a shout out real quick. Hello, everyone. Okay, my brain's working, I promise. Anyway, there's a shout out for Frost. Welcome, welcome. I'm Persilin. I am a variety PNG YouTuber. Today we're doing some New Game Plus for Final Fantasy XIV. We're almost to the end of this current bit, actually, but thank you so much for stopping by. Welcome, Frost, Shadow, and JC Plays. Wonderful to see all of you for the Chimkin raid. Much appreciated. Okay. We're in the process of tracking down Lady Iceheart. The Chimkin emote is real good. Am I gonna kiss her? It's on the list, definitely. I am a big fan of Izael, must be said. Approved, yep. It would seem that collecting firewood is a new experience for Master Alfino. His must have been a privileged upbringing. Have you the hides we need? The bristly hide of a now hideless yak. That is some very purple smoke. Alfie, yes, he's learning how to be a real person and not...
Ah, I should have known it would be you.
Not make terrible decisions involving unregulated PMCs. Oh, there she is. Hello, ma'am.
Word reached me of a struggle with a small but well-armed band of trespassers. Forgive my comrades their hostility. Few come here uninvited, and fewer still with good intent.
What were you playing today, Frost?
Now, tell me why you are here.
Ooh, Trails from Zero, heck yes. I really enjoyed Zero, and I've been having a lot of fun with Azure, too. So I hope that you're enjoying it so far. You wish to stop Nidog's attack on Ishgard? Just met Wolfie?
So,
oh, yes.
You seek
very
to stem
good.
the Dravanian tide with talk. A romantic notion. If you but knew the truth, the spark which lit the flames of this animosity, you would understand the futility of your quest. Shall I relate it to you? The sordid history my gift has shown me.
Yes.
That which the Holy See has taken such pains to suppress.
Please tell us the truth behind this war.
'Twas more than a millennium past when an Elizan tribe first sought to claim the lands of Kurthas as its home. Unfortunately for them, Kurthas was already home to dragonkind, and they were not inclined to make way for the invaders. Thus did a bloody war begin. A war which might well have rumbled on until one or the other side was exterminated, had it not been for the resolve of a single woman. That woman's name was Shiva. While those around her fought and died, she attempted to parley with the dragons, and in so doing discovered them to be possessed of profound intelligence and reason.
I love this track.
The great worm, Heavensward, in particular, so enchanted Shiva that she found herself growing to love the creature, whom her people considered a monster. In the eyes of a near-immortal dragon, however, the fleeting life of an Elezen is as that of a freshly cut rose. Scarce has the flower bloomed before it begins to fade and wither. Such melancholy musings plagued Hraesvelgr, who had found in Shiva an unexpected and beloved soulmate. He knew that all too soon, death would snatch her away from him. Unable to bear the thought
Thank you
of
so
their
much for the lurk.
separation, the maid bid the worm consume her.
Give
that
Oodles
their
lots of pets from
spirits
me.
might be entwined for eternity. Though loath to perform the deed, Hraesvelgr ultimately gave in to her plea, and soon thereafter the tale of their ill-fated love spread throughout the two warring factions. No more could they raise blade or claw against one another, knowing that the souls of their kin were so inextricably bound. In the days that followed, man and dragon learned to live in harmony, and together built a nation unlike any the world had ever known. For 200 years did this blissful age of peace continue, as it would to this day, had vilest envy not stirred in the hearts of the Elezen. It is said that worms owe their longevity to the boundless reserves of vitality found within their eyes. And 'twas in this belief that a traitorous band of knights deceived their allies of some 2 centuries, and took by force that which they coveted.
Yeah, the early Ishgardians kind of sucked.
Nidhogg, he who now stands poised to unleash his wormlings upon Ishgard, was the great dragon who lost an eye to Elezen treachery. And until he prizes it from the hands of the traitor's progeny, no amount of conciliatory words will stay his fury.
You are wrong, Lady Iceheart. Lest you misunderstand, I do not doubt your vision of the past.
Sounds of wind blowing into a peaked out microphone as Iceheart talks. Yeah, we've picked an interesting place to have this conversation. It do be fucking windy.
I roamed the land, attempting to draw him away from the city.
Oh, we got the eyeball.
Good gods.
Just been carrying that with him.
Until recently, Nidhogg seemed unable to resist its allure and pursued me relentlessly.
Forbidden Gusher, no!
That is no longer the case. Now, it would seem, he has fixed his attention on Ishgard itself, though he knows full well the eye does not reside there.
You believe he targets the capital for another reason?
I believe reason has all but left him. Through the eye, I feel much of what Nidhogg feels. And the dragon's thirst for vengeance will not be quenched by aught less than a sea of blood.
That's why the eye looks so angry.
If Nidhogg is indeed lost to reason, might we not seek an audience with Hraesvelgr instead? He has thus far shown no inclination to aid in the invasion of Ishgard, and may yet welcome our efforts to broker a peace.
You still believe that a peaceable solution can be found? Very well. I will take you to him.
Oh, thank you so much for the Hydrate Redeem Make-A-Wish. One sec.
Our road will lead us to Dravania.
Also welcome,
the
welcome.
homeland of dragonkind. There we shall ascend unto the clouds, where Hraesvelgr resides.
Oh. Are we having a plot? Oh, is this a plot migraine? No, we're having plot heartburn. All our crystals get reflavored. We have restored the blue raspberry fruit gummy. All is well in the world. Rehydrated crystal. It's been recharged.
Is autumn mist, my friend?
Don't worry about it,
I
buddy.
sense the many battles are beginning to take their toll. Rest a while. And should you lose sight of us, Dravania lies beyond the mountains to the west.
Must have been one hell of a session. No!
Curious. The vestiges of thy mistress's blessing are not as faint as once they were.
Yeah, we've been recharging.
Grants thee unusual fortitude. But will it be enough?
Small Minkard Zormer still is good for a chuckle, right? He's just the angriest little grandpa baby. Where the chocobos roam, Lady Iceheart stands ready to lead you and your companions into Dravania. You are Dragonfruit, yes? Pray address me as Izael if you wish. 'Tis passing strange, is it not, that fate should bring us together thus? Never did I think to walk alongside the Warrior of Light. But history is full of such unexpected alliances. Shall we make our way into Dravania, then? The chill of the Western Highlands is unrelenting, and I would sooner be under the sheltering canopy of the Chocobo Forest. Alrighty. Journey into the Dravanian Forelands. That is our first zone storyline done, basically. I think we're gonna get to the first settlement and then probably call it there, but we've got some more cutscenes first.
Beyond Abalathia's spine, the great mountain range that spans the continent of Aldenard from east to west.
This is a very pretty zone, too.
Into the deepening shadows of Som Ar, where lies the ancient home of dragonkind. To a land where the soil slithers and the skies seethe with sinuous shapes, they came.
This may be your favorite zone in the entire game, just on aesthetics. It's real good. Like, the Chocobo Forest is fantastic. The later stuff is great. We now stand on the threshold of Dravania. The path to Somal will take us far to the west, beyond the embrace of the forest's branches. It will be a long and demanding journey. Might I suggest that we take our rest at the village up ahead and see that we are properly provisioned? There is a village here, but I thought these lands the sole domain of dragonkind. Why would anyone choose to live in so perilous a place? The wild chocobos. Tailfeather was built by hunters who make their living capturing and selling the beasts. Their leader, Maps Chant, is an acquaintance of mine. Being a gregarious sort, he will no doubt welcome our arrival, and he will also possess more recent knowledge of the road we seek to travel. I trust there are no objections. Only to this ceaseless chatter. If we are to meet this acquaintance of yours, let us do it before Ishgard burns. Aw, Estinian's not in a nice mood. He's just perpetually grumpy. That's how he be. Oh, ad starting in about a minute, chat. Well, tan my hide and call me Leatherface. We have visitors. Oh ho, and if it ain't the lovely Azael. It's been too long, girl. That it has, Marchand, that it has. My companions and I are on a pilgrimage to Somal. Might we stay in Tailfeather a while and prepare for the next leg of our journey? Of course, of course. Stay as long as you like. In fact, I wouldn't suggest leaving the forest at all. The dragons have been absolutely bleeding murderous of late. Forgive me, sir, but I am not sure I understand. Do the dragons not bother you here in the forest? Bother us? Did Azael not explain things to you, boy? You've seen them towering Calum trees all about, haven't you? If you were flying above the canopy, you'd barely be able to see the ground. And as you'd expect, the local wildlife's canny enough to stay hidden behind the leaves, which is why the dragons do their hunting elsewhere, and we can do ours in peace. I see. Thank you for the explanation. You're welcome. Now, I know it won't stop Azael here, but dragons ain't the only things you'll need to keep an eye out for, especially if you're set on heading west. Alrighty. I think that we are going to suspend it here. And the next stream we will do the remainder of the Dravanian Forlan storyline. And yeah, depending on how long that takes, we might also do the next zone storyline. But going forward, I think I want to break things up into... We're just gonna do stuff based on the zones, because that lends it to a slightly less exhausting marathon stream. So yeah, today was a little longer because we had like all of the introductory stuff for the expansion, plus we had to rescue Raban, which was important. But yeah, we're gonna suspend here, and next time we come back, we will continue our fun little road trip with Alfino, Azael, and Estinian. I am going to get hopped out of here and jump over to the chat screen real quick. Anyway, thank you all so much for coming by. It was wonderful to see all of you. Oh, hello? Are we good? Hold up. What just happened? Okay. Something very weird is going on. Okay, you can hear me. Cool. What is the visuals like? 'Cause I think something crashed and I don't know what it was, but it's not happy with me. Okay. One sec. Let me get... Why are things being weird and unhappy? Rig says no, and you think you know why. We'll explain later. Okay. Cool. Cool and good. Let me... get a couple things pulled up. Okay, there I am. Wonderful. Wild to me that the stream itself did not crash, but okay. Let me see who is online that I can send a raid over to. Oh, Haleen is online. It looks like they are playing actually, one sec. Oh, well, let's go raid Farah, because they're playing Sunhaven. That's a game that I want to see more of, so we're gonna go over their way. Farah Floxglove. Lena, if you've got the raid message. Okay, perfect. Wonderful. yes, I hope you all have a wonderful, wonderful rest of your day. I will see you at some point later this week, probably with some more unscheduled Resident Evil. We'll probably do some more Final Fantasy as well. So I am going to get the raid built. I hope that y'all stick around to see Farah. And until I see you next, I hope you have a wonderful and relaxing rest of your day. Take care, everyone.